Renzo thanks his sidekick.
Hello. I had that planned twice for me. Nighthawk, thank you for 11 months with Prime. We'll start there. Hello, everybody. Happy Monday. We're back with more idle chatter, although I forgot to put idle chatter in the title. But it's Pick3 playthrough day 15. Is what it is. Hello, Delcoon, Sargoto, J-Dog, Nighthawk, Lazier, Baron, Moses, Old Code. Oh, I forgot to update the code. That's fine. It's fine. Let me get the code. What is today? Today's the 7th. Hold on. Easily resolvable. Easily resolvable. Unlike most things in the world right now. Alright. Boom. Oh, really? Okay, hold on. The bot is being a butt, so give me a second. I'll put it on the screen first. Now, apparently I have to. Two-factor authenticate, logging into the bot for some reason. All right. Usually it's just on. Okay. All right, bot is updated now. The bot is also updated now. Let's get some music going. All right. Hello. Hey, bye, Shakira. Am I doing okay? It seemed like you were a little under the weather. I was talking for 90 minutes straight, as quickly as I could, because we were covering events and 6 champions. And that's the first week of an event is always rough. So my voice just goes when we're doing those. There's nothing I can do about it. Let me grab electrons. And we're in this weird, like, it's technically supposed to be spring. I mean, it's April. And we've had, like, super warm days here, but then the last couple days were almost freezing. And it's like, with chances of snow.
Renzo thanks his sidekick.
So today it's a little warmer, and tomorrow on for like 2 weeks. It's supposed to be like in the 80s. Doing the rest in 2 weeks? Yes, that's a good point. Normally the first 2 weeks of like we do part 1 of an event, a Festival of Fools, and then we do part 2 the next week. But we're not. This week instead we're doing Astarian's Champions of Renown because it's a giveaway pack over on Epic. And we felt it was more important. Like we hit the main, we hit 6 of the champs from the event and the event itself. Then we're going to hit the Champions of Renown pack while the hopefully lots of new people from Epic are around. So they understand how to use those champions. And then we'll finish, and then we'll do the wrap up stuff to the event in 2 weeks. Hey, Alpha Schiller. Seen you consider chopping up Flex Champion reviews into VODs, so you don't have to do them every event. That's not what our contract is, so I don't know. Like, my contract is that I do a tutorial show every Saturday. And I talk about whatever topic Dylan and I come up with. And ultimately, it's what does Dylan want? But I make suggestions if they don't have a specific thing that they want covered. So, and it's good to talk about them like it's not supposed to be like a just a permanent thing that's sitting and then that has to be redone every time. Like it's more just talking about them regularly because there's always new players coming in. Balls, thank you for 4 months with Prime. Thanks to Garmin Gem Farms up to around 650,000 gems per hour. That's great. Per 24 hours, excuse me, per day. Per 24 hours. Per hour would be great, but that's not what it was. One day it might be. Wonder what the value of stockpiling chests is. It depends on what you're trying to do and where you are in the game. Can I explain why I haven't redeemed them? Absolutely. We will do that in a second. We're going to do kind of a housekeeping and catch up, and then we'll dive into content for the day, what we're going to attempt on this account. This is my new account. This is my Pick3 playthrough account. So I started this up on Epic. I start a new account every year, roughly, to just get a new player experience with the current state of the game. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Why do they keep giving Briv event packs without the important golden epic? Because they want you to pay for the important golden epic. Like the slot 4. Of course. Of course they want you to chase that. Yeah. So if that's all you care about, then wait. Yeah. Synergies for them change each event. I don't really talk about synergies because that changes constantly. I just talk about the champion themselves and how their abilities work. It's up to the player to understand that, well, yeah, I mean, this could synergize with their payment. Sometimes we talk about some synergies, minor synergies, but we don't get into all of it. That's too much. That's way too much. And it changes too often. So I don't feel like I progress that much on tiers. I mean, that's a power thing. We can talk about that. Yeah. Binary Dragon, I'm brand new to the game. Welcome to the community. I've been doing mostly event stuff. Cool, yeah. Notice I'll be able to convert event favor into multiplier and other favor after the event. Yes. Wondering how much time I should put into getting non-event favor before then. So during the event lasts 3 weeks. When you're not doing event stuff, and you shouldn't be doing event stuff constantly, like that's not really how the event works, and we can talk a little about that today. As we're going on here, you can go back to the main campaigns and do main campaign stuff and build up some favor there. So you'll be able to balance both, you know. Which favor should be there to try to get multiplied? Depends on, I mean, if you're brand new to the game, then Sword Coast is where you should be making progress. I don't know how much progress you have in Sword Coast. There's like 2 things that are of primary importance to get in Sword Coast. One is to unlock the champion Dritstower, and 2 is to get the tier 2 global blessing from there, which gives you more gems. It's this one, Gem Hunter. So if you don't have those 2 things yet, both of those 2 things, then Sword Coast is fine. We got a lot of follows coming in. Let me say hello. Lord Fail, howdy. Capkin, Jeppin, Chedden, Desui. I tried. Brigand, thank you all for the follows. Brigand, I'm fairly new. Should be focused on the event quest. Welcome to the community. And yeah, to a certain degree, we're going to talk about event stuff today, because obviously that's something my account has to deal with as well. Fix it. Back to the game after more than 2.5 years. Welcome back. Trying to remember everything, but also so much new. So much. In 2.5 years, so much new stuff. First off, Fix It. If you had signed up for the newsletter when you were playing before and did not delete those emails, go open them up, because they're all still good. All the codes are still good. And if you're new, sign up for the newsletter, because you get free stuff every week. Okay, hold on. We got some questions coming in. I will get to them, I swear. But let me get us doing something. For those of you who have been watching this update, you might be looking at Ishii and looking at those sweet item levels. Look at that. Look at that. 117. That's right. This offline Modron Ishii farm has been draining my winter take all stacks. Mwah! And giving me so many items. This is why we picked Ishii. And it works. So what did I do? I just threw Brunar without a familiar on him, Ishii with a familiar, set it at 50, and had a familiar on Ishii, a familiar on the ultimate, and a familiar over here. And that was it. I didn't even need the familiar on the ultimate. That was really for patron stuff. And it did earn me currency. I ended up with 4,700 currency. Oh wait, no. 4,700 influence. That doesn't matter. 1.2 EO4 currency. Free currency. I can just go buy my time gate piece. That's wonderful. And I got 9,500. Yeah, I don't gotta do anything for Mert for so long. All right, we're gonna get out of this. So now that I'm back, so what I'm doing, folks, if you're new to this, I'm at night, like once I shut this off at the end of the stream, what I do is I'm just gonna park Ishii in a Mert free play and let it loop. It gets me some currency for Mert, it gets me gems, and it gets me item levels on Ishii. But otherwise, we are going water deeper. We are currently pushing through water deep. We got ourselves E24 favor now and water deep from that deep push last week. Now we're just gonna race. We're gonna race through as much of this as I can. Let's get this set up. I'm gonna claim this stuff. I'll answer that question from earlier. We're talking about chests. Let's talk about chests, baby. We're gonna do that, and then we will get back. Now we'll get back to chat. But let me get. I love not having a Modron core now is so nice. I don't have to pick specializations every time. I mean, they're auto picked. I can just click on things and everybody levels up just wonderfully. It's such a big quality of life improvement. Plus, we're gonna get power from that over time. Balkner, thank you for the follow. Okay, so chests. I have a bunch of chests we're going to go over. So some of those have been accumulating in this loop. Some we're probably going to spend gems on and buy. I'm to the point where I'm only buying gold chests now. What do we got? 13? Folks, that loop, that 50 level loop. Because we played on Thursday, and it's just been looping all weekend. And now we've got 13,379 gems for not playing the game. This is why I tell people, when you're starting off, make that getting your Modron core, doing split the party your first priority. Like, you got to race towards it, because this is the opportunities it opens up, right? Let's throw down 15 speed. Okay. Let's go over here. What do I want out of the gem shop? I can get the Pixie. I'm getting the Pixie. My thing is always, if you can afford a familiar when you come over here, get the familiar. Otherwise, I don't save up for them. You just afford the familiar. That's wonderful. I do need 2,500 gems for later this week. Hopefully this week. But we'll earn those. So there we go. We just bought some gold chests. Okay. Missed it because of ads. Oh, I didn't see the ad break come up. My bad. The thing you should race towards when you're brand new is split the party. Split the party. That takes 2 champions in every bench seat. So it's how you make decisions about what flex champs to choose. It's also how you make decisions about like who to choose in a time gate. It just helps you get to get your Modron core, and your Modron core unlocks lots of opportunities for you, like passively earning gems overnight, like I did, or just when you're offline. Okay, so we got that for the weekend. We got some more chests. We'll talk about that in a minute. We obviously unlocked some, we finished some quests. What'd we get? A lot of blessings. We did a lot of blessings. Is it all blessings? It's all blessings. I'll just claim all. That was when we, oh, and actually we might be able to do more. No, we spent them. Okay. We're at 24. We spent 22. So we did all this. So we are all the way. We're all the way to tier 5, but we haven't gotten this yet. That's right. That's what we did at the end of last week. So we have almost all of our blessings for water deep. At some point, we'll need to do another deep push here, but we ain't doing it right now, and we ain't doing it anytime soon. We're good for now. Okay, chests. All of this. So these platinum chests. When I started this account, I'm trying to treat it like I was starting from scratch. However, this is my Epic account, and what I just asked Sean to reset it for me when I need to start a new account instead of having to go through the trouble of starting a new account and whatever. Because I don't play on this outside of that. I have a main account. It's on Steam, so I use my Epic as my restart new account every year. But they did a giveaway on Epic that existed outside of the game, and so Epic just considers me as owning that content. So I got 3 champs to start. I tried not to use them really, and I've tried not to use any of their chests to try to simulate the fact that I didn't want to be too overpowered. We wanted to base this around what we were doing. So the other chests I have silver chests, I have gold chests, I've got Electrum chests from streams like this. And then this is the weekend chest. That's what you get for free when you sign up for the newsletter. This we can open. We have these champions. Anything that we needed? We got a Frost Giant's ear for Grim. Awesome. I can totally open. How many do we need? Hold on, I gotta save some of these. We're trying to unlock Vajra. I need to save 15. So we'll unlock what is that? 71 for now. And this is going to give us consumables. The gear we already have, but we're doing this for consumables and item levels. With the golds, as you can see, we're chasing Corver Greens. That's Core and Evergreen Epics. Let's see if we get any. Obviously, we also love any speed consumables that we can get. Those are the high priority ones, just so that we can race through the game faster. There's a large potion of speed. There's an epic for Celeste. That takes us down to 76. Overlay. There we go. Anything else? I mean, that reset our pity timer. There's medium potion of speed. I'll take it. Okay, I almost felt like, ooh, that blacksmithing contract, we'll take that too. We're holding on to the electrums for now. So generally speaking, if you have silvers, open them. Regular silvers. If you have gold, regular golds, open them. Like to a certain point in the game, like I already have green or better gear on all my core and evergreen champions. If you're brand new and you've got champions who don't have gear at all, you want to hold on to the golds and just open silvers. That's these until you get at least green or better gear. Green rarity. It's more efficient with the rules of how chests work. And then once you're green or better, then you can start up in the golds, and that gets you to blues, like full blue or better, real fast. We did that on this account. Electrums you want to open for when you have new event champions. They're going to help you gear up those new event champions. And we already did that, but we'll be demonstrating that again on Wednesday. When we flex another champion in the event, we'll have to get them gear. Okay, let me head back to chat. Mike Math just unlocked Briv about 30 minutes ago. What kind of chest do I use for him? Electrums first. So when you unlock a brand new event champion, you open Electrums first until you get them to green or better gear. Like here, my Grim is in green, 4 greens and 2 blues. He just got one of these blues. So trying to get them to the greens, then you can stop opening Electrums. And then what you do is, and then you open their chests, like their named chests that you earn from doing event stuff. We haven't done any of the event content yet. On purpose. I will get to it. I will. What we did is we went and tried to get, didn't we try to get some favor in it? Hold on. Yeah. We have an EO8 favor. We need to go do another deep favor run. Because I want to try to do multiple tiers. Last event, we could clear tier 2. I want to try to clear tier 2 again this event. The variants are different, so I might not be able to. But to do that, we're going to need more than this much favor. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to measure my progress across multiple fronts, knowing that I've got 3 weeks to do the event. And right now, the most kind of high priority thing I can do is prepare to get Vajra, because on Wednesday I will have 30 champions. So this will be a green check mark. I need this to be a green check mark by Wednesday, and this to be a green check mark by Wednesday, and then I can just click unlock, and then we'll have access to the same kind of stuff like perks, a shop full of stuff with a time gate piece. That's the main priority, and then challenges we can do, right? And then I will. And then we will go back to then we will do a deep run in the event. I don't know when that's going to happen though. We gotta get through Waterdeep and get that green check mark first. Lord Fail only just started playing very recently. Welcome to the game. Just had a pop up in game saying new challenge available. No idea what it is. I don't know what that means. I'll be honest. New challenge available? Is it like this? Or maybe you can... maybe you completed something? Wow, we stopped at 249. Oh, that was rude. Maybe you completed something. Maybe like if you hit C and open up, maybe you completed a guide and collection quest and you can come claim something. Or maybe you got an achievement. I don't know. Maybe somebody else knows. Oh, yeah. Shookchat probably called it. Patrons. Patron challenges refresh every Monday at noon, Pacifically speaking. So it probably meant that you have new challenges available here. Even if you don't have patrons unlocked, it might not. It might still trigger that. I don't know. I ignore those. I totally forgot about that. Like, I've been ignoring that message for so long. I'm trying to get all the global blessings from favor before moving on to the next campaign. No, yeah, that's not. No, Judas. The Ascent into Avernus is taking a long time. Yeah. A, that's not really how the game needs to work. And B, you get to a point, starting with Descent into Avernus, where it just doesn't work that way. Descent into Avernus is the first of the medium difficulty campaigns. And you're just, at that point, you need a wide, you need a depth and breadth of power on your account. So from all kinds of different places to be able to push far enough to earn enough gold there to be able to buy all the blessings from favor. It's just not, it's not something you would, usually be able to just do. And even before then, like, look, I've got tons of power, but I haven't gone back to Sword Coast. All I really cared about was this. I ended up getting a little more from a deep push, but all I really cared about was this and Sword Coast. Here, you grab whatever you can get, but I still didn't even max everything. I did get all the globals. And here, if would I like to do another deep push here to just max everything out since I know we could? Sure. Am I going to? I don't know. It just might not be a priority for me. So yeah. The game doesn't have to work that way, and in some ways it doesn't at all. Yeah. I have so many emails, yeah. Yeah. You're gone for like 2.5 years. That's 120 something, 120, 130 emails. Most of them, the bulk of them, all but a couple of them are going to be gold chests. A couple could be champions, like champion skins with champions attached to them. So. I have 1,500 Torm's favor from doing 2 or 3 short adventures there, but that's it. You're going to need a lot more than that. Done like 8 event quests though, and I'm finally at the point where I'm starting to get tier 2 event adventures completion. Nice. But you need to go do a deep push in Torm. So the way in Torm, in Sword Coast, Mac, thank you for the follow. When you're doing just the base adventures in a campaign, the first time you come into a campaign, you can push a little bit. You don't just want to stop when it says, "Oh, you're done." You want to keep pushing for favor, right? The deeper you go, the more gold you earn, the more favor that turns into. Your first run, you can get a nice little chunk of favor. You don't have to go super hard on it. Once you have that chunk of favor on the second adventure in that campaign, then go real hard and try to get like that EO8 that I had. EO8 is usually going to do you pretty good. Like in Sword Coast, EO8 is going to do you just fine for everything you need to do there. And then, but you don't want to just try to back to back try to farm favor. You want to get a bunch of favor to start and do your base adventures. And only do variants when you're kind of forced to. Like in some cases in Sword Coast, they actively force you to at the beginning of the game. In other places, they make you do them to get access to evergreens. And you don't want to do variants in this game unless they show as easy, which is colored green. It says difficulty easy. It still doesn't mean you're going to be able to do them. It depends on the restriction, but you shouldn't even be bothering to attempt them when you're new until it shows that way. So 1,500 favor is not enough. You need to, like, I can tell just by that you haven't gone deep. We talk in like EO8s. We talk in scientific notation because this is a game that deals with large numbers. That 1500 is EO3. So you're 5 orders of magnitude away from kind of where you want to be to start. So you need to do a deep favor run and see what you get in Sword Coast. All my codes were good going back to 2017. Wow. Yeah, that was so many chests. Wait, I should pick Ishii in event as a new player. I chose Briv. No, Briv is fine. Briv is a super beefy tank. Also, Ishii isn't in this event. Yeah, I did a pick 3. I did a pick 3, which means I went into the cash shop and I did the 3x choose your champions pack, which let me, pick 3 champions I wanted to start with. And I chose Diana, Eliwick, and Ishii. Because I feel like I still feel now, and have been proven correct that they're super strong to start the game with. And will scale you through to the mid game. This year I'm kind of testing. What if you spend a little cash? Normally I do free to play playthroughs, but I want to test. What if you spend a little cash on the game? How much does it improve your progress? And it was a lot. So yeah, Ishii isn't available here. There are a lot of good champions to choose. Briv is going to be a super beefy tank for you when you're starting the game off. Like basically, tanking with Briv means you're going to be able to go real far, further than you normally would. He's super survivable. Super survivable. Posting commercial break in chat doesn't help if I'm backed up on chat, so can't see it. I just want to be clear. And yes, look, if you literally started the game and haven't spent any money, Epic is kind of the best. The Epic Game Store is the best place to start the game on right now because they're getting a big giveaway. But if you've already spent money on the game, you can't transfer your account. So just keep playing. It's fine. There'll be giveaways on whatever platform. Well, maybe. There's giveaways on Epic and Steam fairly regularly. Right now, it just happens to be hitting Epic. Should I save chests to open later? I mean, again, that depends. Like Electrums, I think you open them if you don't have like if you get new event champions, you're opening Electrums either until they're all gone or until your event champions are green or better gear. So you're trying to raise their rarity threshold. But if you're brand new, like all of your core and evergreens aren't going to have gear either. And then you should be opening regular silvers to gear that. Like there's a priority, right? Because different champions get gear from different chests. So again, you do hold on to certain chests. Like you don't have to. You can open them whenever or you want, but if you're trying to be super efficient, then you're holding on to any kind of gold chests until the champions they drop gear for are green or better. It just makes it easier then to get them to blues. And blues is their power curve. They're into their power curve. Like here, got a Zaka down here, full blues. That's fine. Purples are great, but you can't. Chasing purples is a long-term goal. If I already have Briv's gold in the slot 4 item and I buy a pack that has it in it, do I just get item levels on that item? Yeah. And I would stay away from trying to get it from getting a dupe golden. It's not going to feel good. But yeah, it would just be item levels. I saw your event guide, but didn't understand what split the party meant. So there's an adventure called Split the Party. I have done it once, but let me just show you what it looks like over here. So split the party, difficulty deadly. And it's one of the rare cases where you still deadly, but you can do it. The first one is must have at least 2 champions in every bench seat. So that means you need one of these swippy swappy buttons down here, little white arrows on every champion. So that's what you're trying to make choices about, is what you're looking more at what bench seat champions are in and what you need to get 2 in to be able to move forward. And you balance that with like evergreens you pick up, like Hitch from the newsletter will get you a swap in 8. Dritz from Sword Coast is a swap in 9. Azaka here is from Tomb of Annihilation. She's in 12. Dragonbait is from also from Tomb and is in 11. That helps. So 4 of the evergreens helped a lot, right? That took up 4 slots, and then you try to fill in the rest from events and time gate choices and any giveaways or whatever that might be happening. So we just did this on Wednesday and we split the party. Now I'm chasing split the party 2, which is 3 champions in every bench seat. And this is the real goal. Ultimately, this is the one that I really want, but getting here gets me really good progress and gets me well on the way to this, right? But this is gonna help up my progress a lot because it got me this Modron core that we're leveling. Ooh, we're getting real close to level 2, folks. Look at that. 7621 out of 8,000. So we're getting real close to leveling up that, which will unlock more power nodes for us. And it gives us automation. And if I wanted to use a background party, I could. I'm not going to right now. Yeah. How many parties can you have now? 4. 4. Shookchat, should I save for the 4th Modron core or get other things in the shop? I'm at 50k for familiar costs, not quite at full core evergreens. If you're not at full epic, I would prioritize. Then that tells me you're not earning gems that quickly. So you want to stick on opening, like buying gold chests. Yeah. Because buying a Modron core with gems is 500,000 gems. Saving up for that would basically halt your general overall progress for a very long time. It is better for the overall progress on your account for you to just keep chasing full epic and getting all of the resources that are coming out of those gold chests. The way I try to do the math for should I save up or something is like I did earlier. If I happen to if I happen to look over here and suddenly I've got enough gems for a familiar, then I'm just going to buy the familiar because I'm already there. But otherwise, I would look at okay, I spent all my gems when I started the day today. Tomorrow, when we fire up this account, if I don't spend any today, we could see, I can get a good look at how many gems I'm earning per day. And then I take that daily amount of normal play and I multiply it by 5. So 5 days of normal play. If I can unlock something in 5 days of normal play, I'll consider saving up for it. That's a healthy waiting period, if you want to look at it that way. Anything beyond that, and I'll delay my progress. I should be able to kind of ride my current progress for 5 days before really starting to grind to a halt because of for instance, lack of speed potions, right? One already wore off and it feels like I'm ground to a halt on this adventure. So that's how I do the math. 5 days of normal play, if I can afford it. And if you still got 50k familiars and you're not full evergreen, full core and evergreen, I don't think you're earning 100,000 gems a day. Big Nordum boost in the weekly party. Is this a joke? It's a joke. Okay. Don't understand the difference between rarities and levels on equipment, how those two things interact. So they are different things. So every champion has 6 item slots. And those item slots hold a variety of forms of power. One of the forms is the rarity of the gear. So a card, getting a card of a rarity is kind of the first form. And, this starts with white, it goes green, then blue, then purple, then, technically that's all the rarities. There is an orange. It's a separate thing. We'll talk about that. So white through purple being the highest, is rarities. And rarities have different multipliers. So if we go over here, 10% on this one, 30% at green. Continue for a second. 50% at blue. Again, blues are really where the champion kind of comes online, is really doing well. Green is obviously a good increase, but this is kind of the sweet spot. And then obviously getting to, I don't know. Getting to the purple. Oh, this is better. 1065, 120.
Job's done.
Tooth. I saw that. I didn't need a reminder. J-Dog. You're gonna get slapped today. 230, right? So you're kind of chasing this, but you can push all the way solidly through the mid game with mostly blues, right? So rarity is one path of like power progression, what I call champion power. Item levels are another part of this. So it boosts, like here, the base effect of this item is of the blue rarity is 120%. And then the item levels that are on it, we have 18 item levels, are increasing us 6.8%. Getting us to 128.2. So that math doesn't. Then increase per item 0.4%. I don't know what's. Anyway. There does not drive. This is new. These little tooltips. Oh, it's gonna. They're all their own multipliers. Okay, I get what they're doing. Okay. So combining a rarity with an item level is gonna boost the overall power of the item. And like this item is just a damage all champion, so it's just a general boost. But like this one buffs her ability, so it's gonna change the value of this bardic inspiration ability directly. So you can scale abilities with items if the item names the ability. There's also going to be gilding. So this is what we consider just a normal ungilded item. Who's got gilding? She does. Right? Yeah. So this one you'll see is golden inside, like has a golden inner border. Oh, it's better to do it here. Oh no. Wait. Who's got a shiny silver? Somebody's got a silver. There's a shiny, which is like a silver inner border. Maybe nobody in this party right now. And then there's golden. So shiny is going to boost the power of everything about this item slot by 50%. And golden is going to boost it by 100%. So it's another way you can boost the power of the item slot. This one also, you'll see a little froggy symbol on the left side, the middle left side of the card with a little green splash of color across it. This one has what's called a pigment on it. Epics can have pigments applied, and pigments, depending on what type of pigment they are, add another bonus to the card. In this case, this is a marvelous support pigment, or a froggy, as what I like to call it. And this boosts the damage of all champions by 200%. As long, all champions in the party when this champion's in the party, right? And you can have one pigment per roll, because they're based off roll. It's a support pigment, so it's based off this support roll per card. There's 4 types of pigments. So if a champion has all 4 of the qualifying rolls, they could have 4 pigments per card across 6 cards, or 24 pigments. Each pigment does different things. You can also boost the power. You can also kind of add, the other thing that gets added here is a legendary effect. That's the orange border. We don't have any of those here yet, but we will. And legendary effects are a whole different effect on the card as well, kind of like pigments are a whole different effect, except that the legendary effect can be upgraded, whereas the pigment can't. It's just a flat value. Just a flat value. All right. So a card, an item slot has a lot of different things that can affect it. All right, we got an ad break. Set this up for the next run. Another one down. I need to figure out what the sweet spot for speed was. I thought 15 minutes would be fine, and it was not. It's confusing. Should have been. I'll just hold off on it for a minute. We'll get back to questions once we get back from the break. Okay, now we'll talk this. Maybe we'll just throw one of these on with it. That should get us there. All right, I think we're back from the break. Why the single patron chest? I didn't go into that conversation. That isn't a new player conversation. So that makes no sense in this context. Mr. Who did I choose from a flex? Briv. Briv. I set it up knowing I was going to flex Briv. I needed a seat 5. So, yeah, that was a slam dunk. Who are my other two going to be? I was aiming for Alindra. We did get a seat 6. I'm still going to aim for Alindra as my third in seat 6, though. Because the Alindra Whittle Ishii combo is real strong, and that's something I'm going to chase. If the opportunity presents itself, I want it. I want it all. I want it now. Oh, but yeah. The opportunity presents itself, I'm going to chase that for sure. Where are we going? Area 100 this time. I probably should have done 2 mediums, but it's fine. Now we're getting to the point where everybody was saying it's from patrons. Challenges are from patrons. This is how far behind I'm in chat, but I will catch up eventually. I don't have patrons unlocked and got it, so I guess it doesn't check for that. Yeah, I don't think it does. You also need strong gold find for full favor. Well, not early on. I'll be honest. You need strong gold find for later on, for the hard campaigns. You don't need strong favor for the early or medium difficulty, like the easy or medium difficulties, in my opinion. You like it, you'll take it wherever you can get it, but you're not necessarily chasing that just yet at that point. You can if you want, but it doesn't always work out that way. Isn't Sword Coast the first medium difficulty campaign? No. The number of champions has nothing to do with the difficulty ratings. Sword Coast is the permanent campaign. Or you could call it an evergreen campaign, because it always has the potential to get new content added to it. So its difficulty scales based off how far you're progressing into it and which paths you're choosing to progress in. Like if there's a fork in the road in Sword Coast here. Well, I can't show it, but it's after this you choose to turn up and chase after Barovian content, which is the appropriate path to take when you first enter, because that's how the game released the content. So the content's going to scale up through here, but there is a path that takes you down here to Candlekeep with a Vecna story arc. That is a much harder campaign to start. That's a much harder portion of this campaign. So the Sword Coast has varying stages of difficulty, but it's not considered, like, I don't rate it as in its difficulty. The Tomb of Annihilation is the easy Tomb of Annihilation, Waterdeep Dragonhide, easy campaigns. Baldur's Gate, Descendant into Avernus, through Light of Xerxes are medium difficulty campaigns. They scale in amongst themselves, like as you go down the list, they get harder. But Turn of Fortune's Wheel and Vecna Even Ruin are the hard campaigns currently. It used to be when that Tomb was the easy campaign, Waterdeep was the medium, and Baldur's Gate was the hard. When those were the only ones that were out. So as they keep adding more content, the rating of difficulty adjusts based off kind of the groupings of content. And when you get to Turn of Fortune's Wheel, they basically tune the gold find way down. So you have to come in. It's a serious account power check. You have to have a strong account or you're not doing anything. What percentage of favor would you generally recommend spend versus save? You don't look at it that way. You enable warnings, and when a box pops up and says, "Are you sure?" you nope out, and then you try a different one. And you just make sure that everything you have available to you nopes out. As long as warnings are enabled, you're safe. You're safe. Oh, I got another selection class. Okay. Oh, do I have hang on click? No. 6,000. We're chasing 7,000 for another support pigment. Would you define a deep push as just pushing as far as your party can go without waiting more than like 5 minutes per level up? I mean, you can. You can define it that way. I think if it's taking you 5 minutes of farming to get a single upgrade, if you're sitting at your computer actively playing with like speed potions and stuff, and you're using these like consumable speed potions that are going to run out of time, that's probably your wall. Like, I mean, it's close enough to your wall that you'd probably be doing better starting another deep push if you were trying to get for favor, right? If you're using a huge potion, if you're just using huge potions that last until you're done, a little more leeway, and depends on what you're trying to do. I went real hard once recently, and I just stayed in longer than I necessarily should have, just to see, because I'd used those. So it's like, make an informed decision, but just understand that, unless you're getting a huge increase in favor off that one run, you're not doing another favor run anytime soon probably isn't going to help your favor gains unless you do the exact same thing with the exact kind of amount of time and effort, expenditure, and etc. Right? I'm an E11 Lyra's favor. I guess I should pause my efforts on the event for the moment and do some base game stuff then. I mean, E11 is solid. You should be able to you can do like tier 1 with anything with EO8 and above, like 5 EO8 and above. You'll do tier 1. You'll need more to do tier 2, but you can totally just, if you want to, pause events, go back to a main campaign, start accruing more account power on your champions by opening chests and stuff. And then come back to, and then try, and then do a favor run next week at some point, to see, like, next week will be a good time to do another favor run in the event. See how much power you've accrued in that time, how much it's increased. The Ordis, thank you for the follow. And Alpha Schiller, thank you for the Prime sub. Yes, Shevik says the game is not like Spinal Tap. Instead of getting one type of power to 11, it's better to go around and move each power dial up by 1. Yeah, you want to raise kind of everything as roughly equal as you can. Early on, really, favor is the one that's going to shoot up real fast, and everything else is slow, and you don't even have access to some forms of power yet. And then as you get access to them, you want to just try to be doing what you can to be raising everything at once. So when you start off, obviously earning gold is going to turn into favor, and favor is going to buy blessings. That's one form of power, right? Well, favor is actually two forms of power. It's blessings in a permanent campaign, and in each run, it's a gold find multiplier that's going to let you push further, right? Because if you can upgrade your champions more, you can push further to a certain point. So early on, favor is the big stick that you hit things with. And then you're slowly working on spending gems on chests. Chests are the power progression. Familiars are quality of life. I love them, obviously. But they're just quality of life. They are not power. So if you save up for familiars, you're saving up for ease of gameplay, but you're not saving. You're losing out on power in the meantime, right? So I try to blend those. And then acquiring new champions is a form of power progression, because the starting 12 are not great when they're starting off, and they don't scale super well, whereas event champions can scale way better. So unlocking event champions and then swapping out with them. I know I'm using a lot of the starter champions, but that's because this is just my speed group, but my pushing group has different champions in it. And I'm with a gold farm group that has different champions in it. And as I'm picking choices, I want to fill each of those 3 groups optimally. But I only just got to the point in my progression where I could even begin to build 3 different groups. It was all just one group when I started. So yeah, but like, so Modron cores, patrons are another form of power. So I unlocked Mert. I'm not going to invest heavily in this right now. It doesn't make sense too grindy early on, but we will get more power from these perks soon-ish. The main thing we wanted was access to the shop so we could get another time gate piece every week so that we can access, flex slots in the event and also do time gates to get more champions, right? And then I got the Modron core. The Modron core is there's this little pipe game. This is level 1. This is a damage node, like a buff node. This is a gold find buff node. Level 2, we're going to unlock another damage node. Yay. And then a strength gated damage node. We won't need to, strength 13 or greater. My DPS is Ishii. Strength is 10. So I don't even need to hook up that node for Ishii. So there's some efficiency I'll find in my pipe game. But leveling up your Modron core is gonna give you access to more power. What's gonna be after that? Trials of Mount Tiamat. Once you do Trials of Mount Tiamat and get access to, once you unlock Trials of Mount Tiamat and get access to the Forge, legendary effects. Legendary effects are the biggest source of power in the game. You've also got, when you're opening chests, you're getting contracts. Bounty contracts give you more event tokens for the event that's going on, which I'm going to do right now because I can spend those on chest packs for my champions. But also these blacksmithing contracts are power. This is how you boost like event champions. We want to use them on event champions. Item levels, and that's power. Right now we're focusing on Diana. I'm going to pop these over here. Ooh, we got 11. This is the one we're trying to raise. She's at 93. So we're almost to where I was trying to get her to an average item level of 100. Almost there. We'll stop and take a look. Okay, got her item up to 119. That's what I was going for. There's 100. So that's going to help you target specific champions to boost them. Right now, my target is just to get them to 100. Eliwick went a bit over for item reasons. Now Diana's there. Ishii is feeding herself item levels. That's why we chose her. So now I have to decide, do I want to shoot for 150 on these, or do I want to start putting more on other champions that I have, like for pushing purposes? I very well might. But usually I like to start with the gem find champion first, and then the speed champions. Hold on, I got to restart this. I made the mistake. I thought they fixed this. I made the mistake of opening bounty contracts on a boss level. And it causes the champions to just sit and bounce when we defeat bosses for the rest of the... Until you restart. I may have missed your answer to this. If I have Briv's Golden Slot 4 and I buy a pack that has it in it, it's item levels. It's duplicate item levels. You kind of want to avoid that. It's a rare situation. You would have to use a golden potion to make something golden. The game doesn't understand that it shouldn't serve you that pack, so it serves you that pack. Yeah. There's no way to tell the game that you have that pack, you have that golden and don't need to be offered up that pack. Riv challenge for 200, Riv achievement for 250,000 steelbone stacks in one adventure is such BS. I have a guide for that. If you scroll down in my guide, it kind of describes the way to manipulate that situation. There's even a GIF that demonstrates, but you have, it's not as bad as you might think. If you understand what's going on. One of his variants is the best place to do it. The Nerves of Steel, they attack 3 times as fast, so right. Guide tells you how to do it relatively easy. Otherwise, letting it run overnight past the point where he gets stuck does it relatively quickly. Maybe 2 days. I wouldn't. No, God, don't spend 2 days on that achievement. It can be done in a couple hours. Orange, hello. Why Eliwick for a new account? Eliwick has an ability called the Deck of Many Things. Basically, the cards that she's pulling that are above her head here. And there's a card for that buffs her buff. There's a card that buffs Gold Find. There's a card that buffs other cards. There's a card that buffs the enemies, because there's got to be a downside. And then there's a card that buffs the amount of gems you earn. So she has two things that we're looking for that are important on like an early game champion. One is Gold Find scaling with item levels, but one is gems. She's the only champion in the game that boosts the amount of gems you earn. And she does so she triple dips with it, because this one item buffs gems, buffs Gold Find, and buffs power. Sweet, right? Early game is when you're super gem starved, and you need as many as you can get, but they're just not coming. Even with her, it's still a little. I still feel a little gem starved. But she scales. She's going to scale well for you, like throughout the whole game. End game people are ABE, always be Eliwicken, because you want those gems. Like gems are something you want tons of. So start at the beginning, and yeah. So she's great for a new player. Well, she's great for everyone, but if you're able to like pay for a champion, like one of these packs, like there's still, I can just show you where it is over here under Platinum. There's a 1x choose your champion pack, and there's a 3x where you get to choose 3 champions. They are, if you're going to drop some cash at the beginning of the game, they're one of the most efficient ways to drop cash on the game for power. You're paying to progress faster. For quality of life, obviously, you want like familiar packs. Yeah. But for power progression, the other one is picking up the most efficient spend on the day in the game is the daily boost for $5 because of the amount of platinum it gets you. Just keeping that up every month is a big deal. I keep it up on my main. I'm not going to keep it up here. We bought it once, and I will just let it run out. What kind of things do you look for new early game accounts other than the speed champions? Well, Eliwick plus speed champions. I mean, whenever you can get a speed champion is going to help you race through content. Not all of them do. Tatiana doesn't help you race through content. Xander doesn't help you race through content. Early on, Briv doesn't help you race through content either. We still recommend him early on because he is an amazing tank for you early on. And it will become in the late mid game and beyond, he will become a speed champion for you. Rinseg, what are you planning to spend your platinum on? I don't know. Just if your champion familiars, or maybe when a good offer comes around. It's that last one. Like if something good pops up. So this platinum, I have like 1752 platinum. Some of that is just claiming my daily rewards. Like, and then it's a boosted track. When you buy the daily boost, you're getting 20 more each day for 30 days. But otherwise, you're getting 10 platinum a day just by logging in and claiming. And I had a little bit left over from that 3x Choose Your Champion pack. And I'm just kind of holding on to it for the moment. I feel like I'm in a good place for familiars. I don't care about skins on this account. So it's more like, does something come up that's like does a good golden epic come around that could do a lot for me, which is how we got this. With one of them, I think these were from things, but does a good golden epic come around? There's one there. Probably the big one. I don't think I'm going to buy I don't know if I would buy a champion, but neat. You can get every champion in the game just by playing for free. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I haven't spent it. Oh, and my weekly offer. I'm checking weekly offers because those can be interesting sometimes, and these are, I don't really want any of that. This was tempting. I'm not gonna lie. A week of more gems was tempting. Not tempting enough. So rarity basically just gives what the base effect size is. Correct. And then item levels multiply that base. Correct. And you never lose item levels and you never lose rarities. Rarities, it's always going to apply the highest rarity you have. Item levels always build even as you go through rarities and even as you guild. So it's just constant addition onto your overall power. Draw Fefe. I'm a returning player. Welcome back. Basically new. I've been playing the event and completed Grim and Beale's Tier 1 missions achievements. Nice. After I do the same for Briv, should I look to... I like that you just automatically went for Briv. After I do the same for Briv, should I look towards the campaigns outside the event? For now, yeah. I mean, if you finish him before Wednesday, if you have time gate pieces, which I feel like you might, flexing another champion and doing that for that champion as well. But otherwise, yeah, go back to the event, or back to regular campaigns. Assuming I won't probably be able to clear tier 2 during the event since I'm new. It depends. I did on this account on my first event, but that's not normal. Obviously, I'd gotten some power from buying 3 champions. It's about power ratings. So tier 1 I call early game power or new player power. Tier 2 I call early game power. Tier 3 I call mid game power, and tier 4 I call late game power. Because if you're just playing for free, that's kind of how you accrue power as you're going along. Kind of where you'll run into the ability to complete those tiers. But with platinum in the game, like that you're collecting for free, and also if you're spending cash, you can move forward. You can move your power level further forward than your progress level. You might be able to clear stuff. Tier 1 and 2 also are kind of heavily weighted. Like they have some heavy favor. Like favor can help tier 1 and 2 out a lot. Beyond the tier 2, favor doesn't help as much anymore. So depends, right? Oh. I didn't do the VIP. Yeah, hold on. Done, Sargo. I have an item that's a level 5 green, and then I get something that upgrades it to blue. Does it stay at level 5? So technically, man, I haven't tested this in a while, but technically the way it should work is your rarity goes up and your item level should go up as well, because technically now because every time you get a duplicate item in this game, you get item levels based off the duping. But I think what I was noticing, I always thought that the higher rarity was the count as the dupe, and actually I think it becomes the base and the lower one becomes the dupe that gets added, but your item level should go up a little bit. It should change rarity and your item level should change. Should. We've had a lot of arguments about this. Even the devs have stated that, yes, it should go up. But most of us don't sit here trying to test it and see. Because it's difficult, like, for me to open, like, a single chest and see where does the, does it upgrade? What is it? I mean, we can test it. Well, I can't test it. I can't test it until I get a named gold chest for one of my new event champions. So maybe when we get there, someone will have to remind me. The rough E value that I should be built towards for tier 2 in the event. Oof, that's difficult. I know for tier 1, 5 EO8 makes everything show as easy. And then fairly doable at that point. For tier 2, the tiers are new to the game. We've had them for a year now. That's considered new because the game's been going for over 7 years. Joe Taro, thank you for the follow. And I did a lot of testing early on in the early years about how much favor you needed to make things show certain colors. So that's how I know those values. For the higher tiers, I think about it less in terms of the favor you need as opposed to the power you need. And favor is a big function of that. So getting into the E15 to E20 range is going to give you significantly more power. But if you can shoot up into E25, that's huge, and should help you clear tier 2 easily. But I don't know what the minimum amount of favor is that would help you clear tier 2. Maybe it's I think in the E18 plus range. I think that's where we were last time. I have to check the VODs. Yeah. But I have for my event champions in my event champion guides, I have a table down around the explain like near their event variant explanations and stuff that tells you the minimum like power levels. Like it's basically the health of the bosses is what it tells you to complete each of the tiers, each of the variants in their specific tiers. So that gives you an idea of what kind of power level you're shooting for. So like right now I have E106 damage on my Ishii here. We're only 100 levels in. That's a tier 1 kind of a goal, but that damage is way above what we would need. In fact, let me open up like Beetle's thing here and check. Where would that get us? So E105, that would get me most of the way through tier 2. The third variant, like the second variant in tier 2 needs has E95 health. So you want to get your bud close to that or above it, right? But the third variant is E122. So I feel like we can clear tier 2 in the variant. But that would only be if I was unrestricted about who I built a party around, right? The variant restrictions can change values. So, but I'm sitting at like E22 favor? No, E24 in Helm. So I'm going to be able to get my favor up a lot higher than this E105. So, but in the event, I'm at E08. That's why I need to go. I only have tier 1 favor here in the event. I need to do another deep favor push and get tier 2 favor. Okay, move along. Go to attack on the manor now. Okay, I'm just going to level these 4 up and then I'm going to get back to questions. Because we're killing everything with clicks anyway. Killing it with kindness. No. Clicks. How far do I have to go? 100 again. I'm just going to try 2 of these. Am I switching from Ishii to Carlock on Thursday? No. This isn't an Ishii run. The Carlock is in the... we have an ad break. Carlock's in the free pack and with a ton of chests, and she would just demolish everything. She absolutely would, and I know this. And I know this, man! But we're going to try not to. We're going to try to stick to our guns with Ishii. I'll get back to chat once we get back from the ad break. Ad break. Here it is. Save. Ad break. Are we back? We're back now. Okay. So yeah, for the people who have an Epic Games account, Carlock and well, it's a Star Ends Champions Renown pack, but you're gonna get Carlock for free with 32 platinum chests. And let me just tell you, folks, even right now, my Carlock here with greens, level 2 greens, absolutely wrecks. She's just so strong. She's so great for early through mid game play, and I main her on my main account, like even in the late game. She's a beast. But yeah, man, that giveaway is just going to be a little ridiculous. So I'm going to have to kind of limit myself and not use Carlock because she's in the same slot as Ishii. So when I can't use Ishii, I will be using Carlock as my fallback. Because of course I will. I mean, well, there's no reason not to at that point. Yeah, but that pack's going to add so much power to this account that's just, it's going to throw so much out of whack. But look, it's the luck of the draw, right? Like it happens. They give away stuff in this game fairly regularly, so you never know when a new player's going to end up with a lot of power on their account. So effectively, it doesn't matter the order in which an item gains levels or rarity tiers. Correct. You can have I've literally seen it. I've seen a level 1 white shiny item. And it's like, because it's just the randomness of getting it out of a pack. And so they keep the shiny, and then, you could end up with, you could dump, well, you don't want to dump item levels via contracts onto like whites, but you could have 100 item levels on a shiny white item and then raise its rarity, and it'd be fine. It'd be fine. We're caught up yet? No. No, I have not. After you've assigned 4 active feats, do they stay active even with the champion is at a lower level? Yes, once you unlock a feat slot, it's there forever. You unlock them by leveling them up to a certain point, and I haven't even leveled up to tier 4 yet. But once they're available, they're always available. It's just getting them to this level is a progression gate. The devs have stated multiple times that they wish they had kind of power gated certain access to progression in different ways of power based off progression in the game. And this is one way that they did it when they reworked feats. So they unlock when they added feats, because feats didn't start in the game. But getting access to more and more feats, the higher you're able to level them up. Once you access them, always available. In this Festival of Fools, if I choose a third champion, is there a way to change it? Or am I stuck with the one I chose? No, you're choosing something, and that's the one you're unlocking. You can't change it. Yeah, you're making a choice. It's not stuck with, though. Like, if you made a choice that you don't feel is optimal, it's okay. There's one of these events every month. You're gonna unlock more champions regularly. It's fine. There are a lot of people in this community. Well, there are some people in this community that will tell you screwed up when you made decisions about champion choices. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not going to tell you that because it's not true. It's not true. So don't worry about that. You can play as a new player, you can play the game with any champion. Even the ones that I think are absolute garbage. They will work in the early game. You're just going to want to trade them out as you move along, but you'll have those opportunities. You'll have plenty of those opportunities. I've been holding on to my potions with the idea that I'll have better uses for them in the future since I just started. Is that a mistake? So here's what I use constantly. This row down here, speed. Now what I hold on to are purples for very specific things, for deep runs, for favor. That's really all I care about. Deep favor runs with my purples. But the others, I, 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 think I'm using speed potions, like a pair of these, I'm hoping gets me through 100 levels. I tried one of these plus one of these, it didn't quite work. This is way too much. I know that. But I don't necessarily use the rest of these. The times I would use the rest of these, I would use gold finds, a full stack of gold find, in a deep favor push. Like towards the end, I'll start it with this. Towards the end, where I know I'm getting within an hour of completion, I'll pop one of these, and then towards the last levels, I'll pop these just to maximize the favor I'm earning. There's an argument for keeping champion damage for the same reason, for deep favor pushes, same with health. Click damage early on can function like a speed potion. So if you don't have a lot of favor, like if you're going past where you can click kill, which I'm upgrading now to like level 143 in this campaign. Once we get to the point where we're pushing deeper on areas than the level of my click damage, I will switch to fire breath potions to keep click killing as I race through content. So it functions as like a speed adjacent type of potion. So I'm not burning these off, but I need more of these than I get. And that's where the apothecary system comes in now. So now I can come up here and I'm gonna turn a bunch of these, honestly, a bunch of these into reagents for to turn into speed potions. We can now craft potions, basically. And that's what I want to be using a large amount of these for. I'll do some of that. I don't know what I need. Yeah, we'll take these down to 5s. Okay, so I'm going to get 667 potion reagents out of this still. Then I come over here to brew, and I can just straight up make speed potions. I'm actually going to make like half a dozen of these. Not going to burn them all at once, but now I've got some reagents banked. And I'll have more speed potions to help me race through this content. So I love that. If you're not using them, then you might, and you're out of speed potions, you might as well use those other potions you're not using to make more speed potions. The idea of the apothecary. At a certain point, you'll end up, like late game, you'll end up with so many potions, you'll never really use them all, ever. And the apothecary can help with that because then you can make these legendary potions. These aren't something you should worry about until late game and beyond. But yeah, I'm a hoarder in games. Like when I play role-playing games on this channel, which we do, if I can just hoarding stuff in my inventory and not using stuff, like, because I'm always like, well, I might need it later. And then I end the game and I've got like hundreds of stacks of potions. And it's like, well, shoot. The order is, so what should I do with my first gems? Buy silver chests? Yeah, if you're brand new, you buy silver chests. And you keep buying silver chests until your champions have green or better gear like Grim here. And then once all of your what are called core and evergreens, I'll show you that list over here. Well, let's get rid of the evergreens. So core, these are your core champions. They're the ones you start the game with. And then the evergreens are like Hitch that you get from the newsletter, and Dritz, who's here in 9 technically. There's, let's see, ownership. These are the ones I own. So like Dritz, Dragon Bait, Azaka, those are from Tomb Annihilation. But when you first start off, you might have the core plus Hitch, right? I call him a Corvergreen because you basically get him for free. Once they show as green or better gear, then you start buying gold chests. Then you start buying gold chests and only gold chests, pretty much, until you get a new evergreen. Until you'll unlock a new evergreen, and then you want to gear them up with silvers first to the same goals. It just makes it way more efficient for you when it comes to, because gold chests cost 500 gems and silvers only cost 50. A gold chest can give green gear. You don't want to get green gear out of it. You want to get blues. They guarantee you a blue out of them, but it could dupe. It could duplicate on a blue you already have and drop a green for you as a new item instead, and you want to stay away from that. So getting into greens with silvers means that in 6 gold chests or 3,000 gems, You'll have blue. You'll have 5 blues and a purple because of the way. Well, you'll have at least 6 blues. You might have a purple in there. How does the event work? I'm in a time gate right now. You're in a time gate right now? What do I do next? I mean, events are new. If you're returning to the game after a couple of years, events are new. You get 2 featured champions that you can unlock, and this time around it's Grim and Beetle. They split them up. They got a divorce. Beetle kept the house, the car, and the boat. Beetle only got to keep his clothes. That's it. And by that I mean his skins. You have to re-gear him and everything. But they're still friends, and they still share, hang out together and stuff, you know. Amicable split. So two champions, and then you can flex more. Flex means like this one was free. You basically choose from this list of champions you want. You get one for free, and then next, this week, in week 2, which is this week, you can spend 3 time gate pieces to flex a champion. And there's 4 tiers of difficulty of their content. Each of the variants gives you a chance at a gold chest. Will give you a guarantee a gold chest if you beat it. And then completing an entire tier gives you buffs that last for like 60 days from the start of the event. Certain champions that have been featured champions in Events 2.0 can also have permanent rewards like feats available to unlock with their tier 4 completion. Who else? Oh yeah, the Dark Urge has that. And a pigment, like there's a marvelous DPS pigment. That one boosts the damage of the champion it's on by 400%. So that's what you're doing. And then there's a final flex slot that's if you buy one of these event packs that has a boon in it. The boons are signified with like up here, like it's like a little D20 with stars coming off its event boon XP. If you get one that shows that like this, then it unlocks a flex slot for you. So there's just events generally overall way better situation, way more opportunities. Event tokens now. Oh, I popped a bunch of them earlier. I've got 47,900 pennants. You don't spend them to start content. You just go and you choose a champion and you buy a chest pack for them. You straight up get 2 silvers and a gold. So you just straight spend those on champions now. I'm hoarding them at the moment because I haven't done their event variants yet. So I'm going to wait until I do that. And then I will pop the chests I get from their variants. And then after that, I will spend all the tokens that I've accrued, all the pendants I've accrued, and I will distribute them among the champions however I see fit. Yeah, don't go chasing. When you're new, don't go chasing achievements. They're like waterfalls. You'll find them eventually. When I was doing the event champions, I get the reward of scrolls of item levels. I mean, I get scrolls or item levels? Item levels. It automatically applies the item levels to the champions. It's just they're explaining that to you by saying 100 of the small, like the tiny scrolls, because that's 100 item level. What constitutes a speed champion? They literally have the speed rolls speed, and you can sort that in the champion search under roll speed. So everybody listed up here in this top portion is technically has the speed roll. Now, not all speed champions were created equal. Xander over here is the hottest of garbage. Worst speed champion in the game. There is another champion here in seat 5 called Calyx who has a specialization that will allow them to go into the speed roll, and arguably that should make them show up here. They need to fix their sorting. Tatiana is available in this event, but she has the speed roll, her speed effect falls more into the category of Xander's. It's better. It's guaranteed. Xander's is random, so it's just garbage. Stay away from Xander. He's got cooties. Tatiana basically spawns a group of enemies for you to kill. but only after 15 seconds. And if you've spent 15 seconds on a level, you're not speeding through the game. But there are things that happen later on where you might want an extra spawns of enemies to get more enemies for reasons. She can speed you in that situation, but she's not necessarily that I'm going to race through the start of an adventure or just race through an adventure faster than I normally would. So not all speed champions are created equal. Also, some of these speed champions are more powerful than others. Just in terms of their effects, they have lots of different effects. I've got a guide for that. Speed Champs 101 guide. Felix defeats to add monster types. Does he have to use his right spec for that to work? That's where I get the most fun out of it. Does he have to? Hold on. Calyx is newer, so I gotta remind myself here. I use it to create more enemies, personally. Like to spawn extra enemies. Technically, no. They would also help the deadliest prey. So all champions deal 400% additional damage against Calyx's favored foes. So that could also just help with a damage bonus. It's a pretty minor damage bonus. So the bigger use is for one for you, one for me, which is his right-hand spec, which is the speed champion generation with speed effects spec. Hey, Torontonian. Sushchat says a level 5 green to a blue goes to level 7 blue. That's what I've been seeing. And what that means is the blue is not considered the duplicate when it rarity upgrades. It's considered the base, and the green that you had before is considered the dupe and is giving you 2 item levels on top of what you had before. Just to break that down, because whites give 1 item level, greens give 2, blues give 6, I think, and purples give 24. I think that's how it goes. I've got a guide for that. I try not to memorize that stuff, but I know it's 1 and 2 for the first 2 at least, off the top of my head. This is why I make guides. I can't remember all the stuff either. But yeah, the key takeaway is getting duplicate item levels. Nothing goes down. Except your enemies. Still waiting for the CNE client giveaway. You're never gonna get it. 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 Never get it. Holy Mary! Thank you for the follow. Those are marketing promotions to get people to play the game, and if you're on the CNE client, you're already playing. Spoke earlier about blacksmithing contracts. I think I got my head around them, but I've got like 300-ish bounty contracts that I've hoarded, not really knowing whether I should use them on this event or save them for another one when I'm stronger. Use them right now. When you're new, burn them. Burn them. And spend those tokens on champions, the new champions you're getting. This event is a good one to do because when in doubt, briv it out. Like, you flex briv in this event, and then if you're not sure who to put the stuff on, just put it all on briv. It'll pay off eventually. Yeah. Am I being too cautious? Yes, but it's okay. I just rip it. And honestly, I mean, I think the best, what I'm going to do on this account is I'm going to try to gear everyone up mostly equally, because when I'm on a new account, and even on kind of on my main account to a certain extent, but especially when I'm on a new account, I'm trying to build functional champions. As many functional tools in my toolbox as I can get, so that when I'm doing a variant, I can use these champions and then they'll help me complete it. So I don't try to favor people too much. Now, with blacksmithing contracts, I target specific people. But with event tokens, I try to distribute it. Fix it. Thank you for the follow. Now with the auto blacksmith that's available in this event, it's an augment. It only kicks in when you start doing tier 2 stuff. So tier 1s, you're just gonna, if you're in tier 1, you're just gonna have to split stuff up on your own. But with tier 2 auto blacksmith, every variant's gonna give you 100 item levels. They say tiny blacksmithing contracts, but it's 100 item levels for that champion upon the variant completion, tier 2 and beyond. So if you're able to complete all of tier 2, that's 50 average item levels boosted on that champion, and that is solid. Like that is, 50 average item levels is solid starting off in the mid game. And if you're new, it's just going to destroy content for you. It's going to be great with those champions. If you can complete tier 3, that's another 50 average item levels. So you'd be at 100 average item levels. It's just, and that's before you even start popping those pennants for chests and opening those chests, right? They say we want to gate progression, and then they give away Carlock with platinum chests. What's hilarious is they're putting Artemis and Carlock in the same bundle with 32 platinum chests. And I'm going to test this on this account. I am a true believer. There are a lot of people that'll tell you that Artemis is the best champion in the game and just start him at the beginning and run him all the way through. I firmly disagree with that. I think for starting a new account, Carlock is the beefiest girl in the world, and she's gonna smash all your enemies. And giving them equal gear, we'll find out. We will find out on this account, 100%. But I ain't scared. I know Bay's gonna do it. I know Carlock's gonna wreck it. She's like Ralph. She's gonna wreck it. If I should just put all champions into this run where I have all 4 feats, don't worry about feats so much. Feats are not a lot of power. They're not. There are some feats that are pretty key to things, but generally speaking, feats don't generate that much power. You just want to use your strongest champions, and that isn't necessarily defined by the feats that are available to them. Who's the best in this year's event? That's not how champions work. I thought I made that clear. It's not really how this game works. People are going to tell you the highest priority should be Briv, but when you're brand new, your priority, once again, I think it's the third time I've said this. I'll keep saying it. I'll say it all stream long. Your priority is trying to get all of your bench seats to have 2 champions, at least 2 champions in them. And if you've already got somebody in seat 5 for some reason, then skip Briv and go with someone else. There's a lot of other options. And if you already have 2 in each bench seat, then your next goal is 3 in each bench seat. That's a priority. The 4 in each bench seat for split the party 3, you can push that. You can delay that for a very long time. It's not a big deal, in my opinion. As long as you're not going nerds main, you're fine. Wow. Lurking Rider is a nerds main. Oh, there he is. I was like, he's gonna show up now. But that was a choice. They're not good. Oh, he'll hydrate. What's the most optimal potion combination? You don't want to spend legendary vessels? So the only place this applies is speed, because all of the other potions stack. The percentage ones stack multiplicatively, while the well, the additive ones, like the flat bonus ones, which are basically the fire breath bonuses, stack additively because they're seconds of time. So the only place that optimal potion combinations comes in is with speed potions, and then it depends because there's things that can boost the power of. There's a potent potions buff out there. There's things that can boost the power of potions, and there's a speed node on a core, and then there's Shandy. So getting like the game caps normally at 10x speed. So there are combinations to get there, and it's like it really just depends on what you're doing to get there. You can kind of play around with that and figure it out yourself. But all the others just keep scaling. There is no, yeah, there's nothing to think of other than that because they're all gonna scale. Yeah. Up next, the gaming, the Garwar episode of Gaming Hoarders. I've never heard. Is that a show? Is that a real show? I'm not the only person that hoards consumables and RPGs. Look. Mylar, what happens in a trial run if you don't stop it when the day timer ticks over? It automatically ends. It'll, whatever you've gotten, it will count as, hey, here's how far you've gotten, and if you got your goal for that day, it should credit you, but you don't get to keep going. It stops it. Kind of has to because of the way the daily goals work. Yeah, no, you can just let it run as long as you've got familiars leveling stuff up. You can let it run. It'll be fine. You'll have a shot at completing it. Yeah. Is there any good reason to reset any tiers you've done, or you don't get more rewards by doing that? So this event is the first time they've ever let us reset tiers of content in an event. And there is a good reason to do it. You can earn free scales from tier 2 or higher completions. We completed this. Speaking of completions, I wasn't looking at the screen. Checking something else. Let's get out here. So tier 2 or higher, if you can complete tier 2 or higher variants, it pays in scales to redo it. You'll also get the chests again, but that may or may not be important to you. But that's the extra benefits augment, the second from the top. So like I reset Briv just to get whatever extra chests I can get on him. They're not going to be a lot, but I'll get 4 tiers of new chests. But more importantly, I'm going to get tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, so 12 stacks of those scales just for Briv alone. I'm going to do that on I don't know how else I'm going to flex, but it's redoing that content is going to get you more stuff. What are the rivers and the lakes that we're used to? Okay, in this context. So waterfalls were achievements. So the rivers and the lakes that we're used to, I guess it's the rivers of gems and the lakes of favor? Yeah. I don't know. I didn't think that far into it. Running on a break. That's the fun content you get to experience if you're a subscriber to my channel. Explaining song lyrics. I guess the lake would be Dobbs Lake, but that's, like I said, it's a Lakes of Favor. Rivers of Gems, Lakes of Favor. How far am I going? 125 this time. 2 of these. I think that worked out okay, but we're going to throw that on as well. What number are we up to? 1, 2. 3. 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we've got 6 out of 15 done. So, all right. Keelik the bird has a speed effect? No. Calyx the bug, not Keelik the bird. 10 miles. I feel like I've hit a wall earning patron influence. Seems like each variant is giving influence, but perk upgrades are costing a lot more. Yeah. So there are. Am I missing something? No, you're getting how things work. But I think what you need to understand is that patron influence shouldn't be a grind to get, and it feels like maybe you're treating it like one. I have a patrons 101 guide that lists off a bunch of what I call efficient patron variants, and basically they are variants that have a decently high area goal, that don't restrict the party you can create, right? Because those, if you can use your best party in a patron, odds are you're going to be able to complete it, even if it's a variant, right? It's when you're restricted out on patrons or the amount of champion slots in the formation. But those are the rough ones, right? So I have a list of the efficient patron variants, and I don't. Yeah, I stay away from. On a new account, I stay away from doing anything other than those. And there's a set of those. There's 1 in Tomb of Annihilation, and then there's like 6 in Baldur's Gate. That's the big place where you do like a mini patron grind. And then there's a couple in most of the campaigns after that. I'm going to have to revisit that list soon with the new campaigns. But you look for stuff like that. I feel like that list will get you through a lot. And you can then make better decisions about which variants to do. But generally speaking, you're looking, when you're trying to do a variant that aren't on the efficient patrons list, you're aiming for the variant with the highest area goal that you feel like you can complete given the restriction. You do not have to do every variant in the game to get the vast majority of patron influence in the game. Yeah. At a certain point, if you want to grind it all out, you can, but that's not the optimal way to do it. Especially if you're just trying to get the most power for your time. Except for Elminster, the harder variants have a larger influence reward. I mean, the influence reward should scale based off, again, scaling isn't based off the difficulty of the variants, it's based off the area goal of the variants. That should all be the same. Granted, I have not done much Elminster at all, but I don't recall them saying that he was any different. Do we know what the Epic Game Store giveaway will be? Yes. Do you want me to talk about it? They already published it on Epic, so it's available for everybody to see. Let me click on it. Boom. So, you will unlock Artemis in Seat 3, Karlach, and this is on the Epic Game Store only. Artemis in Seat 3, Karlach in Seat 4, Calyx in Seat 5, Astarion in Seat 10, and the Dark Urge in Seat 11. Wow, they give you 3 DPS champions. Hilarious. This is not a... I don't know why they chose this pack. Like that combination, it's weird. The skin you get is Tuxedo Calyx, so it's a skin for Calyx. You get an exclusive familiar, Rumble the Angry Flump. And then each of the champions gets 32 platinum chests with 2 guaranteed shinies. Each. Ridiculousness. And you get 2 of those 7-day potions. You get a Gem Hunter and a Gold Hunter. So it's real interesting. I will unlock that on Thursday. It's available for like a week starting Thursday. What am I picking tonight? Houston or Florida? I have no idea what you're talking about. Is this basketball? Dance Lover, welcome. Why was that word? Ravenous, I don't know why that word got. I think it's a combination of words. That's interesting. I don't know. Ravenous was saying there are two types of giveaways. There's like the Champions Renown one are the big giveaways. Yeah. They tend to rotate around, but they do some smaller giveaways sometimes. Because the Champions of Renown, so-and-so's Champions of Renown packs are like the 5 champions with tons of chests and a familiar and stuff. Anyone know how helpful legendary health potions are for deep potions? Well, I mean, we can look at the value. It's a 5x health, and then buffs all basic potion buffs by 15% more, and that includes these health potions. So it by itself is going to be a 5x multiplier on the health total here. Plus, it's going to boost each of these by 15%. I'm not going to do that math. I don't like math that much. I don't like math. But I mean, that's how much they all, because again, like the percentage potions all stack multiplicatively. It's just the speed one that has an artificial limiter on it. And even that with the legendary potion goes up a little bit. If your computer or whatever can handle it. I seem to die around 2300 or area 2300 quite easily. Everyone does. Yeah. Everyone, that's, yeah. Welcome to area 2300 and up. Well, I mean, it depends, but it could be even sooner than that for some people. What you need there is different tanks. There's only 2 tanks that can exist in the end game at high area goals, and that's Myria and Kreidel. That's it. Currently, Myria and Kreidel. Because Kreidel dodges all the damage. Doesn't get hit, so it doesn't affect his health pool until he gets hit, and then he falls over. But he tries his best not to get hit at all. Which is good. Which is good. And then Myria is an armor, effectively like the champion version of an armored boss. So she's got some stuff going on. And MC asked his question again because he doesn't remember that on this channel I answer all the questions. I just have to get to them first. Posting them again doesn't make me see them faster. It does because they're off the bottom of the screen. I don't start at the bottom and work my way up. I start at the top, I work my way down. How do you reset a tier? When you flex a champion, it'll ask you if you had completed their tiers before, it will ask you if you want to reset or not in that moment. You get one choice. You're at one moment to choose. Choose wisely. Choose wise. It shows how to set up the offline farming settings. I mean, I can't demonstrate it until we're at the end of the day. Technically. I can just show you what I set my Modrons to. Give me 1 second, let me finish. Gonna finish? Let me finish what I'm doing here. So Modron settings. You have to set a formation. So the formation, this is why I can't demonstrate this right now. You have to set a formation. So the formation I use for Ishii is I have Briv in the formation, or excuse me, Bruner in the formation. He's the seat 1. But I don't put a familiar on him to level him up. That's important. I'm trying to be efficient with my familiars, right? Then I put a familiar on Ishii so that she's in the formation and getting leveled up. That's a big deal. Then I put one familiar on the field. Technically, that's all you need. This is a 2 familiar. This is sacrifice 2 familiars into a background party for getting Ishii item levels type of scenario. But it's also similar to what I would do normally. But I'd just be using like 1 champion instead of 2. Then I just enable set area goal with 50 as the goal. The area goal, usually it's based off like how much favor, whatever. I try not to get complicated about it. I've got more than enough favor to kill through 50 with Ishii, so that works. But if we end this stream as I'm finishing content, I can set it up on stream. Otherwise, I'll finish whatever adventure we're in, then I'll set it up. But the first thing is you have to like build a formation and save the formation using the formation save manager. Then you can access that save in your Modron. Someone mentioned familiars leveling things up. Yes, all 3 of mine only click. Well, they all only click. But they click based off where you place them. See, if I put it over here on Calliope, the familiar is going to click on Calliope's level up. Familiars can go anywhere you see one of these white boxes, including up here in the top right, is where a familiar can go. And familiars only click. They can click on all these places. And if you hover over them, it'll tell you what it does when it clicks on that place. So there's 2 forms of automation in the game. One of them is familiars. The familiars click on things. The other is Modrons. And this is what they currently automate. They can set a formation that you've already saved, including specializations and feats. They can set an area goal to reset at, because this is primarily used for... Modron automation is primarily used for farming gems. Right? And they can set buffs, and buffs are potions, but that's... We don't need to be doing that anytime soon. With the recent high area goal variants in Witchlight Fortunes Way, you complete all patron perks with over 1,000 variants left to do. When you say over 1,000 variants left to do, I know what you mean, and what you mean is total amongst all the patrons. But I want to be very clear for people who are new to this game. There aren't 1,000 variants for each patron yet. I believe currently it's in the 400s for each patron. What they're trying to get across is that you don't have to do all of the variants in the game to get all the current perks in the game. Feels strange that we get Artemis and Akbek. Well, what feels strange is that they put Artemis, who is a pure DPS, in a pack with the Dark Urge, who is a pure DPS. They're creating a fighting scenario where people might put that people who don't know are going to put them both in the formation, thinking, well, they're super geared, but you don't want 2 pure DPS in the same formation. And also, Karlach smacks them both. Karlach is DPS support tank, and she will beat them both within an inch of their life. We'll see. I mean, I truly believe it. I've proved this with Dark Urge before, but I mean, we're going to run it again. I'll test it out on this account. Hydrate again. What's being played tomorrow? Oh, that's right. Tomorrow I'm not playing Idle Champions. I almost forgot. Thank you for reminding me. Tomorrow I'm playing a game called South of Midnight. It launches tomorrow. We're going to play it on launch day. It's not a super long game, but I've been waiting for this game for a very long time. So we're going to start that tomorrow. And then we'll play it again on Friday. And And then next, it'll go back into the the Friday rotation of games to like that we play a different game on Fridays usually. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it. Already pre-ordered it. Can't haven't been able to pre-install it just yet. Not even Briv at 2300. No, he gets smacked. He gets smacked. The damage at the high areas is above 2300 is just ridiculous. The damage scaling goes way up on bosses or on enemies. So yeah, he is the one of the strongest tanks through the late game. Well, definitely one of the strongest tapes in the mid game, but he'll start to fall off in the late game. And that's the scenario where he does it. Is you start getting to a point where, even with a lot of good gear on him, high item levels, he just absolutely falls over. Riv with 100,000 item levels can't survive there, but Cradle with 300 will. Yeah, because Cradle just evades all the damage. Cradle as a tank is a dodge tank. He uses evasion to get out of the way. He has these evasion stacks. He has an amount of evasion stacks equal to his overwhelm, and he regenerates them based off healers in the formation. The healers don't even have to be healing him. Anyone with the healer role triggers him to regenerate evasion stacks every second. So as long as you're either regenerating evasion stacks quickly enough or killing things quickly enough, you will continue forward, because no matter how hard the enemies are hitting, because they're not actually hitting him. And again, Miria is like an armored tank. She has a lot of segments to go through. And the amount of segments she has is based on the number of her clones. And the further you're going, the more clones she has. So that's how many times they can one-shot her, basically. Every time they hit, they remove a clone. And so as long as you can clear the area before she's out of clones, you're good. But that means she has more health. I mean, she has more health than any other champion in the game, basically, at high areas. But even more important than the health is the fact that you can't just one-shot her. You have to chew through her segments. So she's going to have, a minimum number of hits she can take before she falls over, even if she didn't have a lot of health. Noroi, totally forgot about the newsletter thing. Just claimed all the roads. One of them was 3 champion tickets. Any recommendations? I already have Eliwick, Briv, Miria, Human. Diana, you want Diana? If you don't have Diana, you want Diana. So you already have Human. So I would go... Man, I mean, you need a DPS. I don't know who you're using for DPS. Can't remember where you are in the game, Noroi. I mean, I love Carlock early on if you're in the early game. But if you're on Epic, you're going to get that for free anyway. And I think you are with 3 champ tickets. So this is interesting. So Diana for sure. You don't have her. Honestly, I'm tempted to say Sheila for potion reagents, but... Let me look at speed champions. This is what we want to target. So you already have Eliwick, which is going to get you gems. You'd want Diana. You already have Human. You already have Briv. I would go Whittle and Shandy. Yes, Shandy. Shandy and Whittle. Shandy is basically a free speed potion. And Whittle is going to be attack speed, but also enemy spawn speed. It scales based off adjacent champions, also with items, but you don't need a lot of item level for it to scale. Shandy doesn't need items at all. So, yeah. Since you already have the rest of those, And again, I think you're on Epic, so you're going to be getting other stuff for free this week. If not, those are still going to do it for you. I would love a Shandy right now. Oh my god, if I could get Shandy and Whittle, I would be over the moon. You have to kill her, Miria, one at a time, or like 10 clones? No. You can only ever kill one clone with a hit, no matter how big the hit is. She's an armored boss. You have to get. It's not even a hit based because she has a health pool. And you have to remove that entire health pool to take that to get rid of a clone. The difference between her and an armored boss, like I said, she's a champion version of it, is that she can take damage in her health pool and then get healed back up. And until you get that health pool to 0, she doesn't actually lose a clone. She doesn't actually lose that segment of health. So she's like an improved version of an armored boss. Yeah. So you can never one-shot her, and she can lose at most one clone per hit. Ultimate damage work even if champion is not next to a champion to do damage. I don't know what that says. I don't know what that means. Does ultimate damage work even if a champion is not next to a champion to do damage? I don't know what that means. I do not understand that question. You're going to have to re-ask that question in a different way so I can try to understand what you're trying to ask. How much damage do you need for tier 4 of an event? I'm guessing what you want to know is tier 4 variant 3, which is the hardest one. And it's E429. Yeah, E429. Roughly. Okay, that worked out about right. Got Warden the other day and found out he's 10% more forged and 90% lag debuffs. And it's not... Also, there's no point getting because you just break the game. I feel like what's going on is it's a debuff situation. Debuffs in this game can generate lag. The amount of lag depends on the system you're running the game on and its power. And the amount of debuffs that you have. Like normally I can run this game at like 60 frames per second or 50 to 60 frames per second while streaming. The second I run a debuff group, I'm in the single digits. The game just like, even with a super strong computer, there's no processing the debuffs, the amount of debuffs on a screen with lots of enemies all at the same time, all updating. It just can grind the game to a halt. But the Lurking Rider is the person who would probably know which champions are the worst for lag. As Lurking Rider famously plays on what we call a potato, which is a computer that is below the min spec, but somehow can still run the game. Oh, you already have Whittle and Shandy. Okay, so you don't have Diana, so get Diana. Get Diana. Okay, let me open it. Then get Sentry. I'm trying to basically push you towards a really good gem farm group. So Diana, Human, Shandy, Briv, Whittle. You want Sentry. And I'm on the fence between Deacon, who does his thing without gear, and BBEG, who also does his thing without gear, but he really wants a feat to make himself even better. One of these two. Deacon's overlaps with Whittle's and BBEG's doesn't, so you might, These two, when Whittle is low geared, they combine well together to max out their effect. But then later you would swap for like this combination. I'm just trying to steer you into like a what eventually will become a gem farming group, but what you can throw in at the start of a run and just race through the start of a run with. Does that mean Myria doesn't even need to be in the front line for that effect? The clone in the front line can take that? No. That's a different thing. She has bodyguards and she has clones. There's two different things. So when Myria is anywhere other than the front line, regardless, no matter what, Myria puts zombie bodyguards in front of whoever's in the tank column, in the front column. If it's in front of her, if she's in the front column, they don't do anything. But against in front of anyone else, the zombie bodyguard takes 90% of the damage and deals it to Myria's health pool. And the tank that the bodyguard is protecting only takes 10%. Myria can reduce damage for people, which is why usually I'll put her in the back adjacent to a DPS, and I'll have her be creating survivability for other tanks. That works up through about area 2000 and can go a little further than that, depending on your gear and stuff. Depending on the health of the tanks that are up front. But at a certain point, you need to put her up front, and because that's the only place that her becoming an armored tank actually happens. She has a buff that scales off consumed clones, but that's not what makes her an armored tank. I just love the fact that Lurking Rider's potato is world famous. I mean, all right, here we got another one done. Another one down and another one down. All right. And we're on to fugitives. Fugitives! Get them! Oh, it's raining in this one. Now, if you're wondering how this is working, because you're like, wait, he's just clicking and everything's going and it's not even stopping at specializations. That's my Modron core doing some work. I saved a formation with all these champions in it. I saved that formation after I chose all of their specializations. Then I loaded that formation into the set formation portion of my Modron core and enabled it. Turn it off, turn it on. And it is automatically picking specializations and placing all the champions in the right places. I have to manually level them up because I don't have enough familiars to just park a familiar in all these champions. I would need 17 familiars. I'd need 10, one for each of the champions. There's 10. 6 for the field and 1 on click damage to do what I'm trying to do. So I can afford to sit here and level these up. Can't afford to buy 10 familiars. All right. And we'll do 2 of these again. Idle Champions debuff team, the ultimate benchmark test. I feel like it would grind just about everything to a halt because it's not about the computer's power. It's not using up all of my resources. It's just breaking. It's breaking basically Unity. It's breaking the client, breaking the game client. The game client, which is made in Unity, can't process all of that as quickly as it needs to. It just can't. It wasn't made to do that. Hey, Zork. Also, Diana's available next month's event. That doesn't affect my recommendation because that's a month away. They have champion scrolls they can use right now. Use them right now. Take that power and race through the game. I mean, here I'm in Waterdeep and I'm only 15 days into playing. And that's only a few, like, what, at most 5 hours in a day of play. Using the ticket unlock, they'll start relative to high gear, so overlapping Deacon Whittle doesn't make a lot of sense. It still makes sense. I'm just giving you the information to make your choice, because Whittle won't be functionally capped, even at the gear she's getting. it still makes sense. And, you know, as you're doing variants, Whittle might get restricted out, but Deacon is allowed. Like speed champions everywhere, yo. I literally, anything I'm in, the first thing I start is I look at is what speed champs can I use? I want to use as many as possible. I don't want it to take that long. Lae'zel is only a super fast speed champion when she's in an absolute adversaries party. And we're not talking about, I'm not going to recommend somebody that you then have to build a whole other group around as a speed champion. I understand she can be fast. But that's like Briv. He can be fast. That doesn't mean he is all the time, right? Only champion. So doing a variant where only champions next to Myria can do damage. Does ultimate damage still do damage if not next to Myria? I don't know. Hit the button and find out. If you're in it, if you're in the variant, you can find out. I can't. I mean, I believe that restriction is what it's supposed to mean is that the base attack damage doesn't work except on champions adjacent to Myria. But that have also translated into the ability to do other stuff like ultimates off of another champion. I don't know. It might, but I have no way to test that. I'm not the one with the variant available. I guess the debuff bottleneck is single CPU core speed. You can test it. I don't know. I've looked at my system. I've tried to look at my system resources to determine what's going on, but I'm not the greatest at that. As people in this chat can attest to, when I realized after owning my computer for like a year that they built it wrong. We fixed as much of that problem as we can. And my computer is in a much happier place, but I'm still upset. Still upset. I am on Epic. That's what I thought. I thought you were talking about being on Epic. Used your creator code and stuff I bought. Nice. Much appreciated. These last two tickets on Valentine, maybe Calyx. Calyx is fine. I use Calyx as a speed champion in C5 because he's functional all the time. Briv is specific use case scenarios. Gotta have stacks for Briv. I'm just not sure how good Calyx is at pushing. Just got an ad for South of Midnight. Nice. So I'm so excited. But I don't get pre-built PCs. Look, I never built a water-cooled machine, and I didn't, or liquid-cooled, and I didn't really want to. So I ordered from a reputable place, and I'm the one person that got the bad result. I don't know. Statistically, someone's gonna get screwed in that scenario at some point. No matter how good the place is, I'm that person. I'm that person. They basically didn't have the, like, there's like software that's got to be set up, like this IQ software, so that you can tell each of the fans and the pump and everything, like what to do and like what speeds it should be at and when it should be triggered based off the thermal temperatures, right? Uh they hooked everything up, but they installed the software, but they didn't set up the software. And they didn't tell me that I needed to set up the software. And even if they had told me that I needed to set off the software, there was nothing. There was also nothing that told me which thing they had hooked it up to. And at the time, I knew nothing about it. So I just turned it on and went. I just turned it on and ran it. Oh, man. There's pictures. I probably show the pictures. It was bad. Nothing broke. Well, I mean, it was running okay. It wasn't. It was just real warm all the time. Hotter than it should have ever been. Oh, hey, look, I leveled up my motoring core. And I got a component chest. Yay. Let's go open it and be disappointed. Well, there's no disappointment on this account. Well, no, that's disappointment. I wanted directed T's. That is not that is not a useful directed T. Did they make it up to me? No, because what they wanted for them to fix the solution or even consider fixing the solution under warranty, I would have had to have put my computer in a crate and shipped it back to them, which and then I don't know, not have my computer for anywhere from weeks to a month, which is one downside when you're a content creator and you kind of need your computer for work. I do have a backup computer, and when I was fixing it, I did utilize the backup computer, but it's real old. You know, I mean, I used it to stream on originally, but man, I can tell the difference now. And the bigger issue was that because I'm under contract to a game studio, there is information on my computer that I'm not allowed to have anybody else. I was at under the time to allow anybody else access to. I was like, can I take the hard drive out? And they're like, no. Like I would have had to delete. I would have had to look for everywhere that I've got because I've got stuff from old contracts. I would have had to have gone through and scrubbed my whole computer. It was just too much of a pain. So I fixed it myself. It was a whole ordeal. Everybody knows. I had to basically learn how to not only build a PC but rebuild one. Like take it apart, clean it, like flush everything out, figure out the problems. First thing we did was just kind of a flush and fill, and that helped a ton. But then later I was like, oh, it still feels like there's an issue. And that's when that's when I made a point to tear the whole thing apart. And basically replace some pieces that had issues. Yeah. It's not all Nathalis. I don't need solutions right now. It's too late. But it's not like it existed in a single folder. That's the problem. I've done contract work for the better part of a decade. There's a lot of stuff going on in places. Well, not all on this computer, but there's still stuff on this computer I didn't want to have to deal with that. But it's not that I don't. I've built computers since. When did I build my first computer? 95? 1995, I think I built my first computer. I can build computers. I didn't want to mess with liquid cooling. Now I understand liquid cooling because I was forced to. Did a lot of study, a lot of learning. I can totally do liquid cooling stuff now. Yeah. I just, I didn't want to have to. I didn't want to have to. How do I play the event? Is it the top one? It's the top thing on the banner, Festival of Fools, yeah. And then you click here and pick an unlock adventure. You'll have Grim and Beetle showing immediately. You can also click here and like flex a champion, but yeah. So yeah, you can put Calyx in a background party and he'll boost, you know, your active party. It's not a very small, it's not a very big buff. I just want to be clear. It's just a thing he has and people are calling attention to it. It's not a game-changing buff. It was running okay, yes, for a jet engine. That was how we figured out. I was talking to people, they're like, I didn't have the audio cancellation on software on my mic. And we hit something and everyone's like, oh my God, did a plane just take off in your room? And I was like, no, that's the fans on my computer. And they're like, loud. And I was like, is it? I was just used to it. Like, what kind of computer? And I described it and they're like, it's that loud with liquid cooling? And I was like, yeah. And then we started diving into it and man, my temperature readings were like, oh, there were major problems and yeah. And we went from there. And now I could turn it off. I can barely hear it now at all. It's great. Even streaming with everything open. It's working correctly now. Which is what it just makes me mad because it should have been this quiet the entire time. Got a new computer a year or so ago and didn't get water cooling. The fan noise has been bad from day one. I've just gotten used to it. Yeah, and that was the thing, man. I had chosen like maglev fans, the new magnetic fans, just to try to make it quieter because there's, you know, like then you're just getting the sound from the air. You're not getting also any mechanical sounds because they're just hovering and spinning. And they were doing it, and it was still, you know, what people were hearing was how fast they were having to go to try to attempt to cool off the computer. But those super efficient fans really saved that choice, really saved my butt because it was bad. In fact, hold on, I don't have them loaded up, but I wonder if I can I find one of those? Hold on. Let me see if I can find one of those pictures. So it's like, which folder did I put them in? That ain't it. Oh no. For Halloween, I should probably I found a pair of pictures that for Halloween I need to do something. No, it's not there either. They're around here somewhere. Hold on. I guess I'm gonna have to find them on my computer, or I can load them into the stream. Pictures stored locally. No, not there. Downloads? Under downloads? No. Streaming. Man. I can probably just dig them up out of the Discord. I'd have to try to find it in the Discord too, though. There's the ones where the trees fell on it. Okay, here's this one works. This one works. Here is when I finally took it apart. This was the water block for the CPU, and that was this was the big problem. Let me shrink it. Let me shrink it to fit. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Transform. Transformers. There it is. Absolutely disgusting. Just the worst. And that could not be cleaned. That is the dye. So that was a purple. It was a purple liquid. And this is what happens when it gets too hot. The pigment will actually effectively turn into a ceramic on the hot spots. And that was what it did, is it built up. The purple and the green came out too, but the purple was the heavy. Yeah. Yeah. And it just sludged up. It just sludged up real bad. And so even when I took that off, there's like a finned radiator under that, and I couldn't clean the fins out. It had enameled that cooler. I had to replace that. That had to be replaced. But that was the worst part of the thing. So the coolant wasn't flowing through the CPU, and it just melted onto the CPU. It was flowing a little bit, but not much. Yeah. Dear God. Yes. No, dear God. Now you know the horror that I had to go through, because they just didn't go in and set the software up after they built my computer. That's all they had to do. All they had to do was hook it all up, go in, install the software, and then set the software up so that all the pumps were in the right places, and then ship it to me. This isn't difficult. This is expected when you spend... This was a $6,000 computer. It's expected. They did not do it. Also, thank you. Big shout out to my chat for getting me a free computer, basically. The chat helped me win a contest that we didn't even know we were competing in for $5,000 towards a new computer, and then I threw like another $1,000 at it. I've never built my own, though I'm sure I could have for other ones. I prefer the assurance that a local business can provide for me. Man, when I look up local businesses here, I am not filled with assurances. I am not filled with any assurances. And this didn't kill the CPU? No. I know. It is a miracle. God bless you. Hashtag God bless you. It is a miracle. It's a miracle that that both the CPU and the GPU didn't go out. The GPU wasn't... But part of the problem is there also wasn't good water, like the flow through the whole system wasn't very good at all because it was being blocked. So that also heated up the GPU, but so far, I haven't really run into any issues. What software settings were wrong that led to that? So there is a program with this that's called IQ. Let me pull it out. So I have this has like a Commander Pro that's running like the fans and everything. So you have to go into IQ and you have to go to cooling, and there's basically controller settings for all of your IQ just thinks they're fans, like it's like fan hookups, and you have to go in and tell it, here is your pump, here's your hydro pump, here's what's pumping the fluid through, and give it a specific like power curve, it's like speed curve. It has to do like you set that to kind of like to temperatures, so that when the temperatures get bad, it starts pumping faster so that it's putting the stuff through the radiators faster. And then there's the fans that are all attached to radiators have their own curves so that they're like, yeah, when it starts to get hot, it's going to start pushing air faster, more air through the radiators to try to cool off what the pump is delivering. the rest of the time. But like in a normal, the fans can be super low. Like if it's not super hot, and you're testing off your like the temperature is not off like the CPU or the GPU. The temperature is off. Needs to be set to the liquid, which this one wasn't that I know of. That was another thing they did wrong. You have to set the temperature setter, the temperature setting to the right thing. And I think it was just set to like this to something else. It wasn't set to the coolant. So you set it to the coolant, and then that controls basically how your liquid cooling system is going to work. It was not, none of that was set up. So it was not working correctly. So basically the fans were always just like trying to kill themselves to keep the computer alive, and they did. They kept the computer alive. Yeah. So that should have been something that the people that built the computer went in and did. 100%. 100%. And it wasn't done. Yeah. So it was basically it was a computer that had liquid cooling stuff there, but that was being air cooled by fans, which doesn't work very well. Yeah, I always look Death Java. You said I put as many fans as possible in my computer because it will live longer. The cooler I can keep it. Yeah, and I also tend to not overclock my computers because I ain't trying to play those kind of games usually, right? And so historically, when I go to build a computer, the first thing I look for is try to find a case that is designed around airflow and cooling to allow maximum airflow and cooling situations. And if possible, with huge fans, right? Like if you can give me some big old honking fans, that's even better because those can move slower to push the same amount of air, which makes it quieter, right? It's not always possible. So I always end up with these really big chonker cases. Yeah, with a lot of fans. This one has a lot of fans. I don't even know right off the top of my head. I have a lot of fans on this computer. And now, because I've taken it completely apart and taken all the fans out and then redone everything and assigned everything appropriately, they're now all in appropriate groupings to be given the appropriate fan curves, and they're all working the way they should be. And all in the right directions. Because you've got to, there's a whole pressure and thing you got to deal with. Yeah. I don't know what to do about no more windows. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. T5 cats. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you just deciding not to use Windows anymore? I don't get it. I don't get this question or comment or whatever it is. I used to use an auxiliary fan adjacent to my open case. Wow. That's not how computers work. The directions of your fans in your case and then keeping it closed are important because of the way it moved, because the way it directs airflow and allows things to cool. Like, but you've got to put the things in the right directions. Win 10 is dropped in October. Well, they're not supporting it all anymore. That's fine. But why do you need? I've been using Win 10 on my backup computer forever. I don't need any support for it. If you're worried about, it not updating for like security issues, like good. I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like most people have to do that. You can get a separate antivirus. You don't have to use Windows. And as long as Win 10's been out, I'd say most of its vulnerabilities were probably already found. So I'm not, I mean, that's what my backup computer is. I'm not changing it. This computer came with 11. They wouldn't even let me get 10. So. Other good cooling tip, get a case with dust filters. Yeah, if they've got removable filters, it's great because, I mean, it's going to get most of the issues. It's get all the big stuff. You'll still get real fine dust inside, but you then just, you can take the pull the filter out or pop it off or whatever. Mine has multiple, and clean those off regularly. Even like I do a whole case cleaning regularly, but you can also just clean the filters regularly. That's going to help a lot. I need to check that again now that we're actually, yeah, it's April. I need to check my filters again. But yeah, I use, I blow out all the filters. Even some of them are like, they're metal. They're like the wire mesh is what I have, is what my case comes with. And I'll blow the bulk of it out, and then I'll run them through the water and then dry them out, make sure they're all clear. I should get everything off of them. That's it. They make a big difference. Keeping the garbage outside of the case. And if you're hyper aware of your like temperatures, you'll know when they need to be cleaned, because you'll see the temperatures going up. Had a duct feeding outside air into one of my computers. That would scare the hell out of me with the pollen around here. In the winter, the cool air would be nice, but with the pollen in the spring and the summer. First put my fans on backwards when I built my first PC. Yeah, absolutely. You're like, wait, there's a direction? It needs to go in a specific direction? Everyone's just like, I point them all in, right? No. There's new vulnerabilities all the time. How does that work? I'm not. I don't think most people have to have that. You're gonna have those issues. I don't know. Stop downloading prawn. Literally just cleaned my filter because of this conversation. Lots of cat hair. That would have been like 10 degrees Celsius extra temp if it was sitting inside the case. Yeah. I don't have pets. My issue is I don't know. This house generates dust for some reason. More than any house I've ever lived in. Boot up Windows Vista. No one will want to hack that. No, they clean the CAFR out of the dust filter. It's the filters that are preventing the cat hair from getting in the case. Yes. I had a roommate once who had a dog that just shed everywhere, and man, yeah. Even though that dog was never in my room, sometimes when I'd be cleaning my computer, there'd be dog hair in my case. The market for a speed champion in seats 2 and 3. That's Whittle and BBEG. So BBEG is better than Nahara if you get his feet. If you're not in a place to get the feet, I still think you go with BBEG, honestly, for a long term, because once you get the feet, he's gonna be better than Nahara. Why is Halson not in the guide? Because I just haven't updated it since. Yeah, I've got a note to update Speed Champions 101. Plus, I mean, look, we have this champion search now, and people can just look in game. But BBG is going to be the better one. Paulson's. Here's the other thing. I was wrong earlier. I should apologize to Xander. Paulson may be the worst speed champion in the game. It's bad. They're at least tied. They're probably tied. It's real bad. Even fully invested, it is a pretty garbage speed effect scaling that they gave him. It's pretty bad. I complained about it when it came out, but yeah, I wouldn't use Halson for speed. It's not even that he requires a lot of investment to work as a speed champ. It's that even with a lot of investment, he doesn't really work very well as a speed champion. Just honestly, it's a pretty bad speed effect. I think he's on par with Xander. Whittle without gear is still functional because she can scale her speed effect based off the number of adjacent champions. And so doesn't need a big investment to get a solid turnout. It doesn't need an investment at all to get a decent speed effect going if she's surrounded by like 6. But, the fewer she's surrounded by or adjacent to, the lower the speed effect. BBG's is going to be a flat amount. And it's only going to work if you're completing areas quickly, whereas Whittles will work the whole time. So there's pros and cons to both. The BBG is never going to improve with gear. Whittle will improve with gear and item levels. BBG just improves with defeat. The problem with Whittle's speed effect, and thus also Deacons and Melfs, I guess this isn't a problem with Deacons. It's a problem with that speed effect, and they all three have the speed effect. Is there is a functional cap to the speed effect, but there's no way to know what it is. And in some situations, it can vary. And that's real frustrating. So both Whittle and Melf should have had an item level cap put on their speed item a long time ago. I'm still rooting for one. It might piss off the Melf people, but there is a point where trying to scale that speed effect, you can keep putting item levels into that item. It's not doing anything. Well, let's not talk about gear from a time gate and in that conversation for new players include the silvers you get. Because let's be honest, if someone's new doing a time gate, you're going to get 1, maybe 2 silvers. And that's it. So when you're gearing up a new champion at a time gate, it's just like any other event champion. It's electrums first to try to get to greens. And then you get 3 golds, period, out of a time gate. That's it. So, you're going to get at least 3 blues or 2 blues and an epic, or 1 epic and a blue. Could it really? Well, anyway, you're going to use the electrums, not the silvers, to get your gear for an event champion, whether out of an event or a time gate. But don't include silvers as something that silvers from time gates are not something that newer players really should bother even thinking about. It's too much work for basically nothing. What do you recommend putting other champions next to Whittle based on her spec? Wait, this question doesn't make any sense. Why do you recommend putting other champions next to Whittle based on her spec besides your main DPS? What? I don't understand why you're asking me that question. J-Dog, you know how Whittle works. And I'm confused. It's literally one of Whittle's abilities gets better the more champions she's adjacent to. I said that already. I'm not sure what more I need to explain. So I'm just going to move on. It'd be nice if the time gates would help champions get to epic. Yeah, time gates 3.0 needs to happen, and they know it needs to happen. They just don't know what it would look like. They haven't thought about that at all. It at the very least needs to support events 2.0. At the very least. And if it did, that should get you more gold chests out of per time gate. That's one thing that kind of needs to happen is you need to get more gold chests per time gate. I think somebody asked me if CNE hired me they're not going to do that, to come up with the new idea for time gates and just went based off what I said, how would I do it? This isn't going to happen ever. Just set some expectations. I wish, but it's not going to happen. And I said I would want the 2 free adventures like you always get. And then I would want each of the variants. So all 3. So there's 5 gold chests available just from that. Plus the free play. So you could complete an entire tier of content, and it just starts you off like you open a time gate, it would put you into whatever tier your progress you're in. So if you don't own that champion, it puts you in tier 1. If you've completed tier 1, it puts you in tier 2. If you've completed part of tier 2, it still puts you in tier 2 because you're not done yet, right? So you can complete tiers of content with every opening of a time gate. If you completed all 4, it just puts you into the 4, right? I would want that. So that would at least get us 5 gold chests per time gate, which is better. Then I would want them to go in and change. I think it's Mert silvery gates to golden gates, so that time gate silver chest drops that happen every 100 areas have a % chance, probably more than 2% chance, of being a gold chest. Then we got a reason to push and try to go deep on time gates, because a chance at getting an extra more gold chests, big deal. I don't know if 2%, that would put it at 50% chance. That might be a lot. That might be too much. So they would need to tweak this number a little bit, but we want a good chance so that you have the chance. Like if you can go, well, I don't know. Yeah, you want a chance of being able to get a lot more gold chests, because the silver chests don't mean anything. They're absolute garbage. If you can push super deep, there's no reason you'd want silver chests. So, I mean, that's at least part of what I like to see. They also need to change the buckets. Like right now, you can pick from 3 champions in like a natural time gate. With 140 champions in the game, that probably needs to be up to at least 4. And then the buckets that they choose from need to be different. Or maybe even just get rid of the buckets and it's all a bucket. Like it's just one bucket. Because right now it's like year 1 champions, year 2 champions, and then everything else. And that's kind of silly. That breaks down real quick. So the bucket system needs to change. I think selecting your champion, it works totally fine now. But then what they need to do is like, right now with time to event, it shows who's available in an event. Real weird. And you see how Ayla's grayed out because she's available in this event. It won't let you time gate her. What they need to do is put a chain across this, like it's locked. And then when you click, it's like, do you want to unlock Ayla? You want to spend 6 time gate pieces to unlock Ayla. Warning, she is available as a flex champion in this current event. And you can still say yes. with like one of those buttons that you have to hold down and it fills up, right? Because you might have already flexed all your champions and you want to go unlock another one with a time gate and it currently doesn't let you. That needs to change. Also, they need to regroup all of the champions now because they're not, time to next event isn't correct because of all the refugees. They're in random places. The time gates need an overhaul. Is there a reason to pick the same time gate for a second time? Not when you're brand new. Not even for a while. Later on, it's one of the ways to get full epic on a champion. But early on, it's more important for you to get new champions and a more diverse roster than it is to just try to gear up, like to just get 3 gold chests at a chance to get an epic. It's too little for too much of a cost right now. Time gate buckets should be by seat. No, because then we need 12 buckets. That's... Oh, no, I see what you mean. You're like... So bucket 1 would be like seats 1 through 4, and bucket 2 would be 5 through 8, and bucket 3 would be 9 through 12. That would be interesting up until the point where they decide to add like a 13th seat, right? Which they've joked about, but also not joked about. I don't know. I get what you're saying. I think that would fix the problem up until then, and then it would have to be fixed again. And then it would have to be fixed again. But yeah, I think by buckets being seats in that way would make a lot of sense. Because then it doesn't matter how many champions are in that seat, like, or what year they are. As long as it's, well, here's the problem. Yeah. Well, no, that would still do it, because one of the things that Timegate guarantees you is a champion you don't own, and as long as all the seats are represented, you're fine. I'm really happy with Grim. His turn all bosses into favored foes is pretty awesome. Well, honestly, it's what all hunters that have favored foes damage increases should do. It really is. How long do the Electrum chess codes last? Usually a week or so. So if you go into the Discord or whatever, you start at the bottom and you work your way up until they tell you they're expired. But yeah, it's usually 7 days. Not always, but usually. Yeah, press F13 to level up the seat 13 champion. That makes sense. Maybe have the option to spend platinum to refresh the time gate champions one time. There's no need to. We don't want to. No. In a natural time gate weekend? No. Let's not give them ideas like that. Just get your free champion. Pick from one of the 3 that it gives you and enjoy. I feel like if they added a cash reroll, well, with platinum reroll, but it's basically a cash reroll, it would upset people. At times it felt like the buckets were one you own, one you don't, and Binwin. Well, the way that works is it was one you own, one you don't, and then a year 1 champion, and you'd probably already chosen everyone but Binwin, so then it's just repeat. That's kind of the problem. Is I don't know what happens when you get all. Does it then start filtering in from others? There's got to be an overflow system for it, but if it's going year 1 and then year 2, and you own all but one of each of those, then it should just feed those champions to you over and over until you finally pick them, and then it goes random on you, or not, or then it just feeds you a champion from those years that you already own. Yeah, I don't know. Again, the time gate system is old, and it's already been revamped once. Yeah, it sounds like what it's doing is if there's only one champion you don't own that's in that 1 or 2, then it's always feeding that to you as the one you don't own. Or if you're down to one champion that you don't own and you just don't want to own them, it's always going to give it to you. It would work better at that point just outright buy it. No, buy a champion with platinum. No, not if it was like if they let you re-roll with a small amount of platinum that wasn't a champion cost. But I really don't want to see that. It might not be the worst thing in the world. I guess just personally, I wouldn't want to see that. I need to go into my Twitch schedule. Just remembering. I need to go into my Twitch schedule and I need to change tomorrow to special stream. Where is... There it is. Schedule, edit schedule. Tomorrow. Skip. Then add. And this. Okay. Fresh. That do what I wanted it to do. It did. So yeah, tomorrow's stream is not Idle Champions. I may have Idle Champions up in the picture-in-picture window. Maybe what we do. So we can get some progress in tomorrow towards our goal. Because I don't think we're going to hit our goal today. Tomorrow we're going to play, it's launch day for South of Midnight, so we'll be trying to play that. Launch day, so who knows? Who knows? Did Events 2.0 change the time gate buckets? No, they're not related. They're two separate systems. How we doing? We're up to 3,000 gems. Nice. Because remember, I gotta have 2,500 for Vajra. We got some second burn off like 6 of these. I think I'm gonna not spend my gems until tomorrow. We'll check in and I'll see roughly how many I'm earning in a day. I mean, this is already telling me, I mean, even if this was it, 3,000, about 3,000 a day means 15,000 in 5 days, which means I could start buying, like if there's a 12.5K speed feed, which there is for Diana, this now becomes a target for saving up gems. So I probably should have bought that instead of the familiar today, if I'm being honest. We had 13,000 gems. I should have spent it here. Wasn't thinking about it. Yeah, that's on me. But that's okay. It'll happen soon. It's still happening way faster than it would have. Oh, did I not? I didn't put speed potions on. ROR. Hopelessly lost is right. I am apparently hopelessly lost. There's a couple speed potions. In fact, let's go brew some of the small. Just to make up for a little more speed. Don't have retired champs anywhere? That doesn't mean anything. That had nothing to do with time gates. That was only an event thing. Again, events, so many people didn't seem to understand this, but events and time gates were not interconnected systems. Just wish Eliwick's gem feat wasn't hiding in a gold chest. It's not. Not. Oh, so that's a different thing. Death Javu. She has a gem feat. Literally. Gem feat. So you got to be clear about what you're talking about. And you did say Eliwick's gem feat, and it's not in a gold chest. It's going to be a 50,000 feet. She does have a deck of many things feat, which is a different. I mean, you got to call it the deck or deck feat, because she actually does have a gem feat. So this is nice. Yeah, this is great, but this is the one that people really want, because it guarantees you a gem card every time she draws a hand, and believe it or not, I'm walking on air. No, that actually helps your gem gain a lot. They updated what in 2023? J-Dog, you're not being contextual here. You're trying to have a conversation, but I'm not having a conversation with you. I'm trying to talk to everybody in chat. So you have to get context. They updated what in 2020? Buckets. I don't remember that. What's link that you're a VIP, put the blog in. I mean, maybe they did, but there's a blog for that you're referencing, then drop the blog in chat. I don't remember them doing that at all. But even if they called it retired, they could call older half retired, new half retired. What that means is that's probably still a year-based system. And they were just using community terms, but we'll see. Drop the blog link in. But I don't remember that. But that still would have just been a year-based functionality, because they don't have some flag in their back end that says retired. Retired is a term that the community came up with to refer to champions that under Events 1.0 you couldn't get anymore, and that were only available in time gates. It was a silly descriptor, because they're not retired. They're still out adventuring. You just can't get them in an event anymore. The better descriptor would have been to just determine what I did. I just called them event champions versus time gate champions. Like time gate only. But anyway, that would have just been, if based off what you're saying, older half retired, newer half retired, it would have been year based. And that's still a problem. That would have maybe put year 1 and 2 into a bucket, year 3 and 4 into a bucket, and then everything else would be in the third bucket at best. But I've been here too long. I don't remember that. It would adjust every month. Show me the money. Show me the blog post that says that's how it works. Otherwise, this is all a hypothetical conversation about something that I don't even know is in the game. And presuming, and if there isn't a blog post that says that's what it's doing and you're just guessing, you know better than that. You know better than that. I guess statistically across a few resets, that guaranteed gem card makes a big difference. It does. It does. I mean, even in a run, like right now, I have no gem. I have no gems. So if I'd had that feed, I would have had a gem. I would have a gem card, which would be better than no gems. Right? So you're at least minimum, once you're at 100%, you're minimum doubling your gems. That's a big deal. Just want to hit 100% per card right now. Though. Yeah, it's me too. Me too. I was told Eliwix they would give her gem card into the gem store in April. Yes. Any idea of when in April? You can tell by coming over here. It's going to be 16 days until this starts. I would say end of April at best, because usually it's after the next Thayan Enclave closes. So like after, so a gem card. So like, let's say this is Eliwick's gem feed. It's not. And it's in this store until the next emergence event ends, and then it's out of the store, and then it takes 3 months for it to become a gem feed. That's usually right around the time the next emergence event ends, but I don't know the exact dates. You'd have to know. So I would say later this month. If it's going to be in April, it's going to be later this month. But it's a 3 month, what they call exclusivity period. So 90 days. So the 90-day, I should just say that. It's a 90-day exclusivity period, much like they've got feats now that say shop only, like this one. And see how it's got 34 days left? That started at 90 days. So now they make stuff that's exclusive. Those have been exclusive for a while, and the exclusivity period is 90 days. It only the gem feat doesn't do that though. I want to be clear, Zealous. There's nothing here to hover over, because it wasn't that it was exclusive in the shop. It was exclusive in the Enclave. It's gone. Before it showed like some symbol here for the Thayan Enclave, and now it's gone, because right now it's not available anywhere. But once it is available, it'll be this. It'll be 50,000 gems. Yeah, you're thinking of what I just showed. This is only if it's a cash shop option that there's a hoverable thing, because there's somewhere for you to go get it. But once it's out of the shop, oh, look at that, 4 gem feeds. Ooh, sweetness. Once it's out of the shop, there's nothing to hover over. The Thayan Enclave works a little different from this shop exclusivity thing. 31st of January? Ooh, okay, hold on. So basically, we had 28 days from February, 31 from March, so there's 59. Oh no, it's not going to be April. It'll be May 1st at the earliest. So I don't know if it's going to, I mean, maybe they'll drop it early in April, but it looks more like it would be, just math-wise, 90 days would fall start of May instead of end of April. Sugenio, is it worth buying Modron component chests with corrupted gems as a new player? No. I'm a late game player on my main account, and it's still not worth it for me. It's still not worth it in the late game. There's a small scenario where it might be worth it, and that's when you've already decked out all your support champions with 6 support pigments each, and you haven't supercharged all your Modron cores yet. Then you would buy Modron component chest. It's basically what I'm saying is don't buy chests, any of the chests with corrupted gems. The vast majority of the time, your best choice is a marvelous support pigment because it's a guarantee. It's guaranteed triple damage for your party. It can only go on an epic item. So early on, when you're new, you might buy them and not use them because you might not. You want to put them on event like strong pushing champions that are event champions. I'm on an ad break. I'm gonna have to explain this all over again. Ad figures. I did that whole explanation in an ad break. So Virginia, worth buying motor. I mean, you're a subscriber, so you got most of it. But basically, you don't want to buy chests with corrupted gems. You want to buy support pigments, and you want to put your support pigments on pushing champions. Champions you're using to push with. Like I've got one. I've got two so far. One went on Eliwick. One went on Diana because they're part of my pushing group currently, or they were. Now I'm a little mad because now I push with Volo, which is part of what makes me mad. But that support pigment also isn't getting any use on Diana anymore because if I'm pushing real deep, she's not in the party. So use them, but probably not on core champions, not on any low level early game evergreens. Who do I want to? Do I want to just? Hold on, I need to look at. Reset this. Sort by item level. Dang it. I still think the best option, what I'd really like to do is start upping a pushing group to average item level 50, but we're still kind of fleshing the pushing group out. So I think I'm going to dump on Eliwick to try to get chase gems with my contracts still. I just think we're not having any issues pushing right now. So it's not like my pushing group needs help. But we're going to need gems forever. So normally I wouldn't recommend this. But in this situation, I'm making an informed decision. Now she's up to 127, which has us at what? Nice. I don't know, because we got 4 cards. We're getting closer to like a perfect 2 card, 100% 2 cards is kind of like the first stop. We're getting closer to that. Not enough. Yeah, it's around 42-ish%. That's what program you're using for closed captioning. It's a website called pubnub.com. And they have like a demo of Twitch TV OBS subtitles. I use that. I customize it a little bit to get this color, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, the pigment's getting use on a speed champion. I don't regret putting on a speed champion because I can race through content with speed champions further because they've got more power. But if I were getting one right now, she wouldn't be the target. The way I can pull my pigments off a champion. Legendary Dismantle, which happens once a quarter. Not once you give them a quarter. Once every 3 months. Once every 3 months when they have their meta events. Like we just had a spring celebration. So it'll be the summer. Whatever, like the summer spectacular, whatever they call it. There'll be a 1 week, like a 7-day dismantle for legendaries, and it also pulls pigments off. Yeah. But yeah, I just use oh, I didn't make an account there. I just use there's a web page there that I pull up. Back in my day, you couldn't move pigments, that's true. Well, a full dismantle, but full dismantles are like that's yeah. That's basically you could treat a full dismantle like it's never going to happen. Man, we haven't gotten any luck today on natural gold chest drops. We haven't been getting a lot of silvers in general. How are our reagents? Reagents. How are our reagents doing? 1410 out of 5100. So she's still got a lot of headroom in terms of getting us reagents. Electrum chest 124 out of 190. So we're closer to maxing out our Electrum chest scavenger than we are reagent scavenger. Oh, that's just it. A full dismantle only comes on a champion nerf or a rework. Sometimes you get both at the same time. But yeah. And they're not, they've kind of made the decision to try to attempt not to nerf champions anymore and just rework their way out of issues. But I don't know. I have no idea what's going on over there after Dev Insights on Thursday, where they said it isn't our like strategy to make new champions and reworks feel OP, and I'm like, because if that isn't their strategy, then it aligns with their strategy the majority of cases, and they need to kind of maybe step back and take a look at that. Because that's effectively what's happened, except for Stokey and Beetle. I feel like Grim has the potential to be strong, but requires Greedle and Beetle. Greedle, that's what we're calling him now. Since they're two separate champions, when you use them together, they're called Greedle. Having to put in a garbage champion to make another champion actually be functional defeats the purpose. Like, that's Dungeon Master all over again. Greedle and Bim. No, just Greedle. That's their combo name, Greedle. Because it would be either Greedle or Bim, so we're going with Greedle. It would be their couple name. It's just they just went through a divorce, so I don't know that we want to do that. answering a question for somebody on the subreddit. What's wrong with Dungeon Master? He's weak sauce. He doesn't really have good buffs. His strength is that he can in a restricted variant, he can pull a champion in. He can select a bench seat now and make that bench seat, anyone in that bench seat, available, even if they were restricted out before. But that means you're putting in a really subpar champion to try to get someone in that you need that's going to help you finish that variant, because Dungeon Master usually isn't going to do it. Now, that doesn't mean I don't use Dungeon Master sometimes. There are times when he has a shield effect, and there are times when if your party's taking, constant AoE damage from a variant effect, sometimes he's the only one I can bring in to use shields to try to protect the party. But his support buffs are pretty garbage. He's got some gold fine, but it's only every now and then, and it's he came in as kind of a fun champion, and his whole gimmick was, hey, I can bring in a special guest star, like on the TV show, right? Like, I'm bringing somebody in, and it's it can definitely help you get through variants where you're heavily restricted. It has for me at times, but that's his strength, not anything else in his kit. Which is unfortunate. He needs a rework so he can be a Dungeon Master, like I don't know. I guess the term is acceptable speed champion. That's what it feels like. It feels like he's not really a good speed champion, or not speed champion, just champion. Sorry. Why can't I full dismantle Beetle? If you already bought a chest pack for him, then you can't dismantle him. Like, if you bought a chest pack with event tokens, it turns off the dismantle. It gives you a warning when you do it. Done with PubNuff stuff. I don't know what you were doing with signing up for account. I said it has like a demo or Twitch TV OBS subtitles, and you go to that page. Let me link it to you. You go to that page, you make sure your microphone is set, you copy the URL it gives you into OBS, and then leave that page open, and you just talk. Real straightforward. I didn't do anything fancy. I didn't set up an account. Only thing I did was change the color, and I did that inside OBS, not over here. But it's like on this monitor over here. But they are a software company. They want you to develop your own stuff. I'm not doing that. I'm just using their demo, which they probably don't like, but tough. I know they don't like it because they made a change to it. So it used to be you just put the URL in once, and then it always worked. And now every time I go live, I have to put a new URL in. For like it has now has a date stamp. So. Dungeon Master can only help with gold, I think, if he's not in the party, and there's no guaranteed way to do that. I believe that's how his gold works. I don't care enough about his gold because it's not a guaranteed thing. I've never cared enough to bother. He has a neat ultimate, sure, but again, really niche use case scenarios. Everybody that has, so here's the way, hold on. Everybody with Beetle should be, whether you had them or not, can full dismantle. There's no point when you're new to do this. This is This is an experienced player option for things that if you had already built them up. Beetle is the one that would be reworked, not Grant. Like they consider him the reworked champion. They consider Grim a new champion, which is BS. But there wouldn't be anything for the purposes of this. It's a moot point because it doesn't matter because he wouldn't have anything to pull off of him anyway. Because he started with nothing. But yeah, you can, for whatever reason, it always shows, even when you just get them in the event, it always shows that you can full dismantle them. They've just never, I don't know. I guess they didn't care enough to make it the right way, where the dismantle would only pop up if you had a lot. But some people hack that. So what they'll do is if they, before they buy a chest pack with event tokens, oops, god dang it, escape button. Before, if you buy it, if I try to buy this, this warns me don't. It'll turn off the dismantle for Beetle. So at first I went over here and I bought this pack for cash and I got him 32 platinum chests. Or if it was one that guaranteed me, I did one of the things over here for this, and it guarantees me this golden. You can do this without it turning off the dismantle. You can spend platinum and it won't turn off the dismantle. It's only if you spend event tokens. And then so what some people do is they'll buy one of these, get the guaranteed golden, and then dismantle. And they take whatever shinies they got, they take the golden, they take the item levels, and they put it somewhere else. People do that. And that's fine, I guess. Basically min-maxing the cash shop. But yeah, I mean, it feels like if you didn't own them before this event, it feels like then the full dismantle shouldn't pop up because it's just it's confusing for new players. What's the full dismantle? What does it do? Doesn't matter to you, really. But where's the button dismantle? It's on the character. It's on the character. Nathalis? Oh no, you don't know. It's on. You have to go to the actual champion and they have a dismantle button. Because it wouldn't matter if it was anywhere else. It's got to be. You've got to open the champion UI and dismantle that specific champion. Because it doesn't have anything to do with the event. I mean, it's technically it doesn't have anything to do with the event. Technically, the dismantle triggers on a nerf or a rework. And while they are using events to deliver reworks, that doesn't make it connected to the event. So there would be no reason to put it in the event UI. Because before they reworked champions as part of seasons. And that's when and the dismantle came around before that, when they were just nerfing. They nerfed Shara, Briv, and Human all at the same time. And they all got full dismantles. And that was the biggest mistake. Idle champions. The dismantle idea was great. They should never have allowed anybody to dismantle a core champion or evergreen champion. Yeah, that was the big problem. It was just too much. Game's good for dirty gold farm? No. That's no thanks. You can do whatever you want. I'm not gonna do it. I don't think the rework. What? Next to the bite. What? There isn't a. I mean, dismantle? But no. Like, because it has nothing to do with. It has nothing to do with any of that. Threw me off. So, yeah, no, because the dismantle really has nothing to do with any of that. And the vast majority of time you don't need to dismantle a champ. I actually need to on my main account. So here's the edge case scenario. Here is a reason to dismantle a champion that already has a ton of item levels on them in an event. I am a late game player. This is for me. This is my scenario. I am a late game player who's trying to increase their Briv jumps. And that takes item levels. So what I have been doing lately is dismantling the reworked champion, which dumps out lots of blacksmithing contracts, and then dumping all those on Briv. Make a note, and then I use event tokens to buy that now level 1 item level champion a bunch of item levels back so that they're still a functional champion again. Because the blacksmithing contracts were more important to me than the event tokens. Now in this event, there's a difference. I still want those blacksmithing contracts, but I also need the tokens because I'm dumping them all in Briv. So Beetle may end up a level 1 epic champion for a while on my account, because on my main account, because honestly, I don't think he's going to get any use with his rework for me at my point in the game. And I want his blacksmithing contracts on Briv, and I want all the event tokens used on Briv. So this is a weird edge case scenario. It's a very edge case scenario, and it has nothing to do with newer players whatsoever, because like on this account, I mean, my Beetle has just a couple item levels. There's no reason for me to pull those item levels off. None whatsoever. Got it to work? Good. Good. Just remember, every time you start your stream, you're gonna have to copy. I use the caption option, like at the bottom right, like the black box, obviously with the text. But every time you start your stream, you're gonna have to fire that site up, click that copy button, and repaste it into OBS to make sure the captions work. Night Shevik. Did I get 9 jump yet? No. I'm a little less than halfway. I made huge progress, but I'm still a little less than halfway. So it's gem farming in the other room. I've got a couple weeks of gem farming before this event is over. I'm going to give it everything I got, but I don't think I'm going to get there. But we'll be close. It won't matter. We'll have made a huge amount of progress because you're effectively double dipping because Briv is in this event. So not only is the gem farming feeding me blacksmithing contracts that are all going on Briv, it's feeding me bounty contracts that are turning into tokens, and all those chests I'm buying are for Briv. So I'm getting a lot more of a boost during this event than I normally would be. Whereas normally the event tokens, I'd just be spending event tokens to invest in the new champions. I'm ignoring all of them this event. Well, I'm ignoring both Beetle and Grim this event on my main account, and everything's going into Briv. Later, Lurking Rider. Why boosting Briv in particular? He is technically has the potential. This is the way we need to put it. He has the potential to be the best speed champion in the game because of his unnatural haste ability, which lets him jump levels. You can basically jump over content. And the more jumps you get, obviously, the more you get your jump number up, the more every like you can jump one area. Like if we complete 63 and we had Briv in and he jumped, we would skip 64 and go straight to 65. That's with a 1 jump. But you can increase the number of jumps the more item levels you invest into him. So I'm at an 8 jump and I'm trying to get to 9. Certain jump numbers are more efficient than others. So 4 is huge and 9 is huge. Up to 4, like 2 and 3 are okay. 1 is, but 2 and 3 are okay. 5 and 6 are, although I've heard some people have made 6 work. Basically, a well-tuned 4 is usually better than a 5 and a 6. Although I did hear one person say that they got a 6 to do slightly better than a 4. 7, when I went from 4 to 7, it was a 50% increase. That was huge. 8 was not as big of a jump, but still was an improvement over 7. 9 will be an enormous leap. Keep the phrases going. Above 8. So basically, it allows you to earn, like, for instance, a 4 jump briv. My 4 jump briv was earning about 1,000,000 gems a day if I was letting it run for 24 hours with 10x speed. Some people's 4 jumps are even better than that. That was mine. My 7 jump, when I saved up enough and upgraded to 7, I went to 1.5 million gems a day. There are 9 jumpers that are making millions of gems in just a couple hours. So, yeah. So I'm trying to get to 9 jump. But it takes an enormous investment. To get to 4 jump, it's 3,626 item levels just on his slot 4, which means you're getting that average across the first 5 slots. So, what, 19,000 total item level investment. That's a lot. It's a freaking ton. But you're looking at, over 3,000 average item levels, right? To get to 9 jump, it's 127,626 item levels on that one item. So it just goes up just outrageously as you're trying to chase the higher numbers. So I'm doing everything I can to boost Briv for that. For that and that alone, because then all those gems will let me buy chests, and then I can dump, and that gets me blacksmithing contracts, and I can raise the average item level of all my champions with that. Also, it's tons of bounty contracts, and there are people that use that to basically fully guild event champions every event, and wow. I got a capture card. Nice. I technically have one in this computer. I just don't. I thought I had got a camera that could run into that to help. I was told that would help, but this camera doesn't hook up to that. So I have the ability to hook a different camera up through a capture card, or if I ever get a console, I can do that, but I don't have one. Been testing 6 jump does roughly the same for you as 4 jump, but 4 jump is easier to maintain. The 4 jump and the 9 jumps are much easier. Anything that's off of 4 and 9 is a bit of a pain to set up and micro and manage and stuff. Ad break. I will get back to this once we're back from the ad break. Only got like 20 minutes left. I don't think we're going to get to 150, so I will have to set up my overnight farm after the stream is over, unfortunately. We've gotten, 3,800 gems so far? And then we'll grab more overnight? I like it. I like it. And we got, we didn't even go over and look at level 2. Do that when we get back from the outbreak. Are we back? I think we're back. Okay. Fixit asked, mine seems to go to either 4 or 5, mostly 5. Why would this be bad? A perfect 4 jump, when you start on area 1, jumps the boss every time. So you complete that area, you jump the next 4, which is 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those are areas 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then you land on 6. And so it jumps the boss every time, which is the most efficient way. If you're setting up an automated Briv gem farm, this isn't just for like, if you're just trying to push through an adventure and you've got Briv jumps to burn, do whatever. But specifically for gem farming, for this unique type of gem farm scenario that is its own little mini game that you have to figure out. A 4 jump is better than a 5. The 5 actually slows your gem gain down a lot. Jumping the boss every time is more efficient for earning gems. And why do you want gems? Gems are power. Gems let you buy gold chests. Gold chests have potions, bounty contracts, blacksmithing contracts. Those are the main things you're caring about chests. They also have feats. They also have duplicate item levels, but you want those other 3 things. Bounty contracts you use in events like this to gear up the new champions you pick up and any old ones you flex. And the blacksmithing contracts go to make your champions overall more powerful. So gems are the lifeblood. You want to be earning gems and spending them on gold chests. And it's not even, it's that's the big deal. Wish I had more patience to test out a better Briv setup. Me too. Keep putting it off and settling for what I've rigged together. Same. Same. I'm gonna try to cash in all my bank contracts and go from 4 to 7 during this event. Good luck. Which are the best speed champs now? I mean, it depends on if you're trying to just do a regular gem farm or a Briv gem farm. And even then, depending on how you build your Briv gem farm, it might vary. Generally speaking, Briv has the highest potential. Human is super solid and usually a guaranteed one that you would want. Diana is huge. After that, it can vary based off who you pick. My preferred picks are like Thalora for gem farms. I prefer Whittle. I prefer BBEG here. Sentry. There's a Calyx that is not showing here. He can spec into a speed. So for normal speed, I go Calyx. But I do automated Briv gem farming, so Briv is the highest potential. Shandy. Minsk's not necessary. Human, Diana. Usually between these two, I would go Virgil, and between these two, I generally go Vi. But depending on your item levels, Melf could be better. It depends. It depends. Starting off, when I started this new account, I wanted Diana. She is far and away the best new player speed champion. Her effect works on every area she's on. She also feeds you Electrum chests. She can also, as you invest into her, she gets to her cap, her speed cap, quicker. So we're already at 123.6% when she caps at 400%. And I have what I would consider to be a fairly small investment in her. And she's got feats that'll get her to that cap faster without item levels. So that's huge. So yeah, it just kind of depends. Yeah, I need to bear Monkey House hoarding 99 health potions. On my main account, I want to burn. Man, I want to burn a lot of the excess at some point with the apothecary system, and just create, whatever speed potions I need, or just have the reagents on hand. So as I get legendary vessels, I can make legendary speed potions or whatever. Oh, also, yeah, no, I'm sorry. In Seed 10, instead of Virgil or Havilar, what you want is Eliwick for gem farming. But if you're not gem farming, then I prefer Virgil for speed. But generally, people are like, always be Eliwickin, even if you're trying to go fast. Always be trying to earn extra gems. which is, you know, yeah. Dang, we're up to 8 time gate pieces. We got our 2 dropped at some point before, either today or before today, and then I bought 1. When we unlock Vajra, we'll get to 9. At that point, oh, well, what we'll do is we're going to have to spend 3 to get Vajra. Then we can buy 1 from Vajra. That'll put us at 6. And technically, we could then do a manual time gate. And for a manual time gate, I'm going to get Alindra in this. I'm going to flex Alindra next. She's going to be my 3rd in seat 6. So a manual time gate, I think I would put into Whittle here, even though we've already got 3 here. I'm going to slow down our progress to split the party 2. So maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, I really want Whittle and Alindra. So maybe I don't flex Alindra. Maybe I time gate Shandy. That's probably, yeah, speed I think probably is the better choice. Whittle and Alindra is for later on. That's going to be a huge unlock for Ishi scaling power. So we'll time gate Shandy. So who am I gonna flex then? Reset. So we'll put Shandy here. Yeah, it's just straight speed. I don't even need item levels for her. I need a 1, a 3, a 5, a 7, and a 10 through 12. 1, 3, 5, 7, 10 through 12. Caddy Bree and 7 would be nice. Spurtin 3 would also be nice. There isn't a 1. Dark Urge, Miria, Trix, Rosie. So we got 10 through 12. We got 3, 7, 10 through 12. Caddy sounds real good. Oh, except the problem, well, so we could use Sheila to scavenge in the speed group, and then switch to Caddy Bree for pushing power. That actually wouldn't be bad. We already have Halson for pushing power in 3. So Spurt wouldn't really get used. 12, Miria in 12. Miria would be good in 12. Miria would be a choice. I wouldn't care about the Dark Urge. Or Rosie. I mean, Rosie's a cool DPS champion. If I hadn't already picked Ishi, that might be a cool champion to go with. But I think maybe Caddy Bree in 7 for the pushing team, and Miria in 12 for the pushing team would be my other flexes this event. And then I time gate Shandy in 6. That changed a lot. Changed a lot of stuff. But I think that's the best progression choice. You know what I should do? Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I should go look at what the next event is going to offer, even though it's a ways away. I would like to hit my time gates before then, but there's no guarantee. So May is going to be the Great Modron March, even though it's May, not March. Even though it's May and not March. I think 1 is Nixie's in 1, right? Yes. So Nixie's going to be available in the next event for 1. Who's going to be? Mahen will be available in 3, and that'll be, Mahen's a kind of a guaranteed pickup for a gold find party. So Mahen in the next event would be a 3. And then I just need an 11. All right, hold on. No, he's 9. Yeah, I don't know if I'll get an 11. 11 would have to maybe be a time gate. Another paid time gate. Oh wait, this is the Epic account. I'll get Dark Urge. Oh god. Okay, yeah. I wasn't even thinking about that. Thank you for the reminder. So hold on, that's actually going to change. That even changes what I'm talking about right now. This is what you got to take into account. If you're trying to be super efficient, you got to balance all this. Sithis, thank you for the follow. I will have Artemis in 3. That's fine. He'll never get used. I will have Calyx in 5. Great. I forgot about that. Astarion will be in 10 and Dark Urge will be 11. So, yes, I'm 100% flexing Catty Bree and Miria this event. And I'm time gating Shandy. And the next event, or at some point, I will pick up somebody in seat 1, either in a time gate, paid time gate, a natural time gate, or the next event. Perfect. And that'll be split the party 2. And then from that point on, after I complete split the party 2, I make my decisions based off what I actually want, as opposed to what I need, right? What I need to get to split the party, I will have the fast score. That's the only one I truly care about. I can pick to build out speed groups, pushing groups, or gold find groups when I'm making my choices. So I can go for more meta decisions instead of just filling up a slot. Okay. Yeah, I totally forgot. I mean, we were talking about the Epic Pack, but it still blows my mind that I started this right before they did a huge giveaway. That was not the idea, but it just happened, and it's wild. It's got something new for me, at least, in a patron challenge. It's required me to use a particular spec for Nahar to bring in her affiliation. Yeah, that's been around for a while. You just haven't ran into it before. There's also one for... I know Nahara does it. I think Mahen might do it, and Wolfgar might do it. But yeah, they did some of those pull in your friends ones the last time they redid patron challenges. Does anyone else watch this stream and find Gar saying, never use insert hero you use all the time? And I always use insert hero I never use. Look, that's the way this game works, though. Like, there are, again, and I try to say on my account, this is who I use because I've developed my account in a certain way. So there are champions I will never use. They don't make any sense for what I'm building around. But also, especially when you're on a brand new account, everything's different. And it depends on like what gear you get and stuff, like, and what other champions you have. Yeah. So it's going to happen. Like, I don't want to use Artemis ever, but there are people who absolutely worship at Artemis's altar. And I just think he's a late game and beyond champion, and you have to heavily invest in it. And I think there's just so many other better options. But there's definitely far greater options in the early and the mid game. And I think there's just a wide variety of potential options in the late game and beyond, and you don't have to ride that one train. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, it's your account. Play whatever you want, but there are certain things in this game that do require specific champions and using them. Like automated Briv gem farming doesn't work without Briv. I don't know what to tell you. So there's some things that you got to have. You got to learn to use. Here's a question. If all champions were at your disposal, what would you choose for a dirty gold punt team? So this actually, Because Dirty Goldfine is a very specific situation. And what you're really trying to do is boost your overall gold find percentage, not debuffed gold or on hit gold or anything like that. So Right now, what I've been using is Merowyn in 2, Mahen. Your gear is going to determine your Mahen or Omen, but for me, it's Mahen, Eric. And all this is very gear dependent. Valentine, placing like positionals onto her. Before, I'm usually doing Egbert, Astarion, Rust, and then either Daub or Penelope, depending on who I did or didn't ramp up first. And then, I don't know, like, because of the way Egbert works, I might throw in Corazon to help boost Egbert's gold find. Yeah. That's what I've been doing. Somebody said they actually liked that. Somebody said that Grimm's spec choice, Giant Profits, is actually better than Merylwyn. And so I'm going to have to test that out the next time on my main account. Because his spec choice then grants him the gold find roll, and it causes says enemies that Grimm defeats drops more additional gold. But they feel like that was counting with fire breath potions. That's what has to be tested. Does that trigger off fire breath potions or not? If it does, great. If it doesn't, and he has to actually kill them, that's not dirty gold farming. That's grim gold farming. And that would be a new kind of gold farming. So I don't know. I haven't tested that yet. He's brand new. He's brand new. I wasn't digging on Halson earlier. And I was talking at Mahen specifically for gold find. I said Mahen would go in my gold find party. Not in a pushing party. And I said Halson currently is in this party is doing good. He's going in on our pushing team. I don't necessarily use him in my main account, but I'm using him here. Omen can work both for pushing. He's really reliant on having, like, he's best when he has some other Ak Inc people in, and he can spread. He's a man spreader. He wants to spread his legs wide. He wants to spread his buff throughout the party and get it on everyone, ideally. And that makes him really strong. If he can't do that, then there goes a lot of his strength. Sujinyo, you just ask a Linder Strix or the Dark Urge, and I don't know. There isn't enough context to that question for me to answer it. And we're about out of time, folks. Oh, I was waiting because I was like, can we finish this? We can finish this. I'm going to set up. Well, Noroi, that then requires me to use War Duke, and I don't want to do that personally. But you can do whatever you want. War Duke's annoying. Okay, so here's what I do when I go offline. I switch my active patron to Mert, go to Mad Wizard, have my Modron core set up, so it loads in this party, which is an Ishi farm, enabled Ishi farm. It's Brunar without a familiar and Ishi with a familiar. So you see I got a familiar down here ready to level Ishi up once we pick up some of this gold, which it does offline just fine. I have a familiar on the field. And then for purposes of patron challenges, do I have one asking for ultimates this time? I do, but we already did it. I have the ultimate being triggered for purposes of patron challenges. So I'm using more. Normally, this would just be a 2 familiar farm. But what this does is it's going to allow me to get gems overnight. It's going to allow me to trigger progress on patron challenges overnight. Like I'll get this complete 250. I would get this 2,500 if it hadn't already credited to me. I'll get the 250 gems. I would have gotten this if it didn't already credit it to me. The rest of them I'm ignoring. Oh, it might get me these 5,000 Fey at some point this week. I've got a week of overnight stuff to do this in. And so I'll be earning these patron currency just passively without having to actually go do anything. And then I can just bank it up. Bank it up. Because all I want to spend it on right now is time gate pieces. I need to get some more influence for a Modron component chest. Maybe we try that this week as well. But once I'm here, then this is where I'm going to be done. I'm just going to let it do its thing. Is this more... Oh, unlock some stuff. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. And then I just leave this like this. I turn it off, and it's going to cycle to 50. You just got to make sure these are both turned on, and there's a formation loaded here, and it'll do its thing. All right, let me just catch up a chat real quick, and then we're out of here. Because it's dinner time. Who could I swap in to replace Briv in my Briv gem farm? No. No one yet. Starion boosts based off champion age. This is the one I'm usually targeting. But I usually throw in a dirty gold farm. I throw in Shandy just to make it go faster. I'm waiting for them to give me better options. See, Dahani isn't going to work in a dirty gold farm. In a true dirty gold farm. There are people who kill with champions and call it dirty gold farming, and it's not. It's not. Dahani has an on-hit debuff to the boost gold, so it never goes off in a true dirty gold farm that's killing instantly with Fire Breath Potion. So if you're doing some modified form, sure, but that's not what I was talking about. I think you said Halson was tied with Xander's worst speed champions. He is. But that has nothing to do with Halson's ability to buff. Right? I was talking about speed. When I say the term speed champion, I'm talking about their speed effect. We weren't having a conversation about how well they work in groups for pushing or gold find or whatever. Yeah, if you're on Epic, don't pick Dark Urge right now because you're going to get him on Thursday. What if I had all patrons? What if I had all patrons? I don't know what that question meant. All right. Oh, for offline? I mean, I would just pick one. And I would farm and then the next day, if I'd gotten all of their challenges, I would just switch to another patron. But there's no way you would end up with, I guess you could end up with all 5 patrons and only one background party. But usually with more background parties, you can use the other you would use a different background party. As you get more Modron cores, you park a Modron core over here in a different patron. You park a Modron core over here with a different patron. That's what I do on my main account. So, but you have to have Modron cores and you only get one per split the party, but you end up with more parties than you have Modron cores until you can get an extra one, which is usually way later. I have Mahan in my party. It doesn't show in the incoming effects. Is grumpy. Hold on. I'm out of time, but let me just go look at Grumpy real quick. Mahen's Grumpy says he increases the damage of all champions in the formation, which means it will never show up on incoming effects because it's not a directed effect. It's buffing everyone. This game fails in clarity in that sense and always has. And anything that says it boosts the damage of all champions and has no other direction will never show up on incoming effects because it's automatically applied to everything. It's applied to the whole party. It's only a directed thing. Like if it said increase the damage of all champions in the column in front of him, it would show as an incoming effect, but it doesn't. So you just kind of have to trust that it's there. It's applying. It should be applying. I'm pretty sure it is. I've used it. But it's not, none of those. There's so many champions in this game that just increase the damage of all champions with no qualifiers, and they don't show up as incoming ever. All right, folks, we're out of here. I'll be back tomorrow. Again, tomorrow's launch day of South of Midnight. We'll be playing that. I will probably have this client in the picture-in-picture, which goes up there. Is it going to show up there? It would show up there at the top of the screen. And we'll be just pushing through the adventures in Waterdeep to get to Vajra. Nothing too difficult. We'll play South of Midnight. Wednesday we'll be back. We'll unlock a flex champion, and maybe Wednesday is event day. Maybe we do another deep push. On the unlock adventure for the new champion, maybe we do a deep push for that in that and try to get more favor, and then try to knock out some variants. And then Thursday we'll be doing this again. Friday we'll play South of Midnight. If we didn't beat it, we won't beat it. We'll play more South of Midnight. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody.